Hello and welcome to Pabbly. So a lot of us use Google Meet as a platform to do virtual meetings with our clients, customers or team members. So today we came up with the top 10 automations related to Google Meets that you can set up with Pabbly Connect. You can actually automate the processes like sending the meeting links on WhatsApp or creating a new scheduled meeting from form submission. Also, you can send some kind of reminders to your clients, customers or team members few minutes or few hours before the meeting itself. You can automate a lot of process. The possibilities are endless. So without any further delay, let's start with this complete guide with the step-by-step process, and you can learn how you can set up each and every automation, all of these top 10 automations by yourself.
How to send Google Meet video call links to Google Form respondents automatically. So here I am going to show you whenever your customer books an appointment via Google Form, how you can automatically schedule a link into the Google Meet software and how you can send the same meeting link over his WhatsApp number along with all appointment details. Yes, you can completely automate your appointment booking process. You just need to set an automation in between these applications, and after that, every time someone is going to fill the form, you can automatically schedule a meeting and you can even send the same meeting link automatically without doing anything manually. Want to learn how you can set this automation for yourself? Come with me and I will show you the whole process step by step. So this is my Google form, and I want every time someone is going to book an online appointment via this form, a meeting link should be scheduled automatically into the Google Meeting software, and it should automatically get sent on WhatsApp without doing anything manually. And I'm going to do that by connecting my WhatsApp application, Google Meet application, and of course the Google Form application with the help of an integration and automation software, Pabbly Connect, via which you can connect multiple applications and automate your task. Okay, you can also reach here by typing pabbly.com/connect. I will also attach this link into my description box. Now if you are a new user of Pabbly Connect, you will have to sign up for free, where you will also get free tasks every month in your account to test these kinds of amazing automation. I am already an existing user of Pabbly Connect, so that is why I am clicking on sign in, and then I have clicked on access now, and this is how I have reached to the dashboard of Pabbly Connect. After reaching here, you will have to click on this blue button, that is create workflow, and simply provide a random name to your workflow, to your automation. When Google Forms is submitted, schedule Google Meet and send on WhatsApp. Okay, so let's say I'm keeping this particular name, and let me first correct the spelling here also. Okay, so it should be WhatsApp only. Now I will be clicking on create, and you will find two boxes in front of you. These are actually trigger and action. Trigger means when this happens, action means do this. So whenever this happens, do this. Understand with an example also. Whenever a sale happen in a payment gateway application, let's say, send an email via Gmail application, and here according to our use case, whenever the form is submitted into the Google Forms application, automatically schedule a meeting into the Google Meet application, and then automatically send a WhatsApp message via WhatsApp Cloud API application. Okay, so this is how you need to select the applications in which you are building an automation, and here I am building an automation in between Google Forms, Google Meet and WhatsApp Cloud API application. So that is why I have selected the first application as Google Forms, and I want as soon as the new response is received into my form, this automation should start trigger. So that is why I have selected this particular trigger event, and the idea here is we are going to connect our Google Forms with the Pabbly Connect so that we can capture the responses here into the Pabbly Connect, and then we are going to send the same data to different applications. Okay, so how I am going to do that? Basically with the help of this webhook URL. Okay, so you will have to follow these instructions one by one in order to connect your Google Forms with Pabbly Connect, and you can even read the instructions here that it is actually waiting for the webhook response. Okay, so I will first go to my Google Forms, and here I will be clicking on the responses section, and I am going to open this spreadsheet which is associated with this particular form, and I am going to build the connection in between my Google Forms and Pabbly Connect with the help of this spreadsheet. Okay, let me maximize it so that you can see the data very clearly. All right, I hope it is visible to you now. Okay, now you will have to click on this extension, then click on add-on, then click on get add-on, and here you will have to search for the Pabbly Connect webhooks add-on. Okay, I'll be searching for the same in front of you, Pabbly Connect webhooks add-on. Okay, so here we have the add-on, and which is already installed into my account. But make sure when you are building the connection for the first time, you will have to install this add-on, because you will have to open this add-on once again, and here you will find your add-on after the installation. Now you will have to open this initial setup box, and when you will open this box, it will ask you to provide the webhook URL and the trigger column. Well, it is asking the same webhook URL which you have received via Pabbly Connect. So I'm going to copy this URL and I will be pasting the same URL here into this particular field. Okay, so I have deleted the existing one, and it is asking for the trigger column, for which you will have to read the instructions. So the trigger column will be your final data column, on which if the data is added, the whole of that row data will be sent to the webhook URL. So basically the system is asking that on the filling of which particular column the automation should start trigger, or the data should be sent to the Pabbly Connect. Okay, so I want that whenever the data is filled up to G column, this automation should trigger. So that is why I am providing this G column. Okay, if I will be clicking on send test, you will see that it will show that no data found in row 2, because currently we do not have any data, we do not have any responses to send to the Pabbly Connect. So firstly, as per the instructions, I am going to make a dummy submission into my form. Okay, you can even read the instructions, log into the application where you have added the webhook URL, and do a test submission and record, so that the data can be recorded here in the webhook response. So basically it is asking to do a test submission or record, and here the test submission means making of a new response, and here that is why I am going to open my form and I will make a dummy submission. Basically I am going to book an appointment with the doctor with dummy details. Okay, so here it is asking for the full name. So how about I add a random name, something like the demo user only. Okay, assume that. And it is asking for the number, so I'm going to provide a dummy number right now, okay, in front of you. But don't worry, I will replace this number when I'm about to send the WhatsApp number, because I will show you how the messages can be sent in real. Okay, asking for the email address, so again I am going to provide the dummy email address only, which I have already provided. Finally I am going to provide the date and timing of the meeting. So here, how about I schedule the meeting for the 13th of January, and the timing will be, let's say I provide the timing something like the 9 a.m. okay, so here I will add 9:00 a.m. okay. Now I will be submitting the form, and you will see the same data will be added here, because this particular spreadsheet is associated with that particular form. Okay, so let me first delete that existing row. Okay, why this contact number has been not fetched up? Okay, so I think this was the previous column. This data is actually of the previous form, which I have not deleted. So let me first delete the same. All right, so I have deleted this particular value, and finally we have the full name, the number, the email address, the preferred date and time. Okay, and now when I am going to check the Pabbly Connect dashboard, I hope the response has already received. No, the response has not received yet, because we have not done the proper settings, because we have not the data earlier when we have clicked on the send test button. Okay, but right now we have the data. So again I am going to copy the webhook URL. All right, so I have copied the same, going to paste the same, and here I will provide the data. I will provide the column as the F, because this time I have the last column, data entry column, as F. I'll be clicking on send test button, and here you will see this test data sent successfully. All right, now when I'm going to check the data, you will see the response has already received. If I'm going to check the details one by one, it is the same phone number, the trigger column is same, that's timestamp, basically the time when the form form has been submitted. Here we have the sheet ID, we have the row index, we even have the preferred date and time, the full name, the email address, and the consultation time preference. Okay, how about I cross check once again that how many fields I had into my form. So I have 1 2 3, all right, and 4 5. I had 5 fields here, and let me cross check here also, clicking on submit, and you will see the setup will be configured successfully, and I have 1 2 3 4 5. All right, so I have all the data. Finally, the presence of this data clearly shows that the first step of our automation of our integration is done, which was connecting the form with the Pabbly Connect and capturing the data here. Now we want to schedule the meeting with this particular person on this particular date and time. Okay, so I want to schedule the meeting into the Google Meet software. So that is why my next application will be, of course, the Google Meet only. And now I am going to connect the Google Meet software with the Pabbly Connect, just like I have connected my Google Forms with the Pabbly Connect. Okay, you'll have to click on this add a new connection and simply provide the access of your Google Meet software. Well, I have earlier provided the access, so how about I go with the existing connections only, which are actually saved into the Pabbly Connect. Now it is asking to select the calendar. So basically my Google Meet will be scheduled into the Google Calendar. Let me even show you. Let me open my Google Calendar. All right, so I have opened it, and whatever the calendars are available into my account have started visible here, and I'm going to select that specific Google Calendar in which I would like to save, in which I would like to schedule my meetings. And if I will show you the previous meeting, okay, so here you can clearly see that it has the Google Meet video link, and this is how we are also going to schedule the meeting into the Google Calendar on the preferred date and time, from where you can actually join the meeting anytime, basically on the preferred date and time. Okay, so coming back to Pabbly Connect, and you can read the instructions. It will only include calendars that support Google Meet meetings. Well, my calendar actually supports the Google meetings, so I'll go with the same. And here we have the several calendars, and I am going to select this Pabbly only. And where do we have the Pabbly? And yes, we have the Pabbly calendar. Let me deselect other data, okay, other calendars basically. Now it is asking for the summary and the description. So how about I provide something as the new online appointment with Mr. or Mrs. Or how about I directly provide the name of the person, and from where I will get the name of the person? Well, I already have received the data, basically the name and email address of the person, and I don't need to manually copy and paste the data here. Okay, I'm going to map it, and mapping is very simple in Pabbly Connect. If you will click on this particular field, you will find the above data, the same data here in the drop down, and you just need to select that particular data, and this is how it will be mapped. Basically the values will be mapped, and whatever the values you're going to map here will be replaced automatically when this automation will work in the real time, and whatever the values you are going to add manually, it will remain same. Okay, so next time, let's say a dummy user is about to submit the form, so how, or maybe the test user is about to submit the form, so how this line will be reframed: new online appointment with the test user. Okay, so this is how this automation is going to work, and this is why the mapping is important. All right, now it is asking for the description, so I am going to copy and paste the same line only, and instead of mapping the email address, instead of mapping the name of the person, this time I will map the email address. Well, you can even directly search for the values here, so I have searched it with the help of the @. Okay, new online appointment with admin@pabblytudes.com. It is asking for the start and the end date. Okay, so I have the start date basically as the, let me check, 13th of January 2023, and timing as the 9 a.m. But it is asking the date and time in a specific format, basically into the UTC format. An example for the same has already given. Okay, so I'm going to firstly convert my existing existing date and time which I have received from my Google form into the UTC format, and then I am going to provide the same to the Google Meet. Okay, so how I am going to do that? So firstly, you will have to click on this plus icon before this Google Meet software, basically before this Google Meet action step, and here I'm going to search for the date and time formatter feature, which is an amazing feature of Pabbly Connect via which you can perform several operations inside your date. And here I would like to format the date with the time zone, so that is why I am going to select this particular action event. Now after you click on connect, you will see it will be immediately connected, and first thing it is asking as enter date to be format. So I want to format the date which I have received from my Google form response. Okay, so how about I map both of the data all together? Okay, basically I'm going to map it from this drop down, and here I have the date. So I'm going to search for the date here, and here we have the date as this, that is 13th of January 2023. Now I will provide a space, and then I will provide the timing, basically the consultation time preference. Okay, now I will have to cross check this particular date and time format with this from format. Okay, so currently I have the format as the DDMMYYYY, hours, minutes and seconds. So I'll have to check whether I have the same format in this from format or not. Okay, so the date is starting with the DDMMYY, so I have the values as DDMMYY. Okay, I have this DDMMYY here, and hours, minutes and second, but the problem here is we also have this AM and PM at the last, but currently the timing I'm providing here is not consisting of the AM and PM. So what I can do is I can actually change the format of my date and time, or here I just require to change the timing here. Okay, so how I can do that? I can actually change the format of timing into the spreadsheet, and then I am going to recapture this data into the Pabbly Connect here, and then I am going to map the new data. Okay, so how I am going to do that? Firstly, you will have to click on this recapture webhook response button, and then we are going to change the format of our timing. Okay, so click on this particular column, go to the format section, here go to the format, here go to the number section, and here you will find the option of custom date and time, and from here exactly you can actually custom your date and time. So I just want to make sure that here the hours should be there, the minutes should be there, the seconds should be there, and along with that I also want this AM and PM. So yes, I have provided the same. Now if I click on this apply button, you will see how it will provide the data. So currently I have the hours, minutes, seconds, AM and PM value as well. Okay, now I am going to I'm going to open this extension section, and I am going to send this data once again. All right, so I have opened the initial setup option, clicking on send test, and you will see that the same data will be sent once again to the Pabbly Connect, and yes, and I'll have to wait for the response, and yes, the response has been arrived. And here you can see I have the updated timing, and the date is actually the same. Now I'll have to map this data. For that I'll have to refresh this automation so that I can map the new data from here. So firstly, how about I save this particular step? Okay, so I'm going to save this particular step, and then I am going to map the new timings, the new data. Okay, so let me delete this timing, and here I am going to map the new timing with the AM value, and now I have the format as the DDMMYY, a space, and then hours, minutes, seconds, and this AM and PM. Okay, let me search for the same, and yes, we have this DDMMYY, hours, minutes and seconds, and this AM and PM. All right, so I have mapped this from format. The to format, well, it should be the same as per the given instructions, and in the instructions it has provided the value as, it has clearly defined that it should be actually into the UTC format, basically into this TNZ format. Okay, so you will have to go up, and here you will have to search for the D and Z format. So here is that TNZ format, and the two time zones should be also the UTC only. Now I will be clicking on this button. Okay, I'll have to change this from time zone as well. It should be actually the Asia Kolkata. Okay, firstly click on this refresh button. Okay, let me search for the Asia/Kolkata. All right, so here we have the Indian timing, and into the two time zone I have provided this ETC and UTC. Clicking on this button, save and send test request button, and here you will see the response has been received. We have 13th of January 2023. And why this timing is different? The current timing is 3:30 and the timing which we have provided was actually the 9 am, because the timing which we have fetched is actually in the form of UTC only. Okay, so if you are going to add plus 5:30 hours in this 3:30, you will actually get the 9 am only. Okay, I can even show you into the time calculator. So let me open a time calculator, a random time calculator, and here I am going to add the same timing, which is 3:30. Okay, so here I will add 03:30 and again the 00, and here since this particular value is into the UTC format, so here I am going to add the plus 5:30. Okay, plus 5:30 and again 00. Calculate it and you will see how it will provide you the 9. Okay, so this timing is actually equal to this timing only. You will have to consider that. Okay, don't get confused, the format is different. And why we are doing that? Because Google Meet is asking for this particular value. Okay, so now we have the start date, but from where we are going to add this end date? Well, what we can assume that being a doctor, I am going to make an appointment. I am going to take an appointment for at least of 1 hour. Okay, so what I can do is I can add plus 1 hour in this existing timing, and then I'm going to add that new date into the end field. Okay, and again it is very simple with Pabbly Connect. You will have to click on this plus icon again before this Google Meet step and search for the date and time formatter feature once again. Okay, and this time instead of selecting this format date with the time zone, I will be selecting the action event as add or subtract the timing. Okay, so I have added the same, and if you will click on this connect button, it will be connected, and simply provide the date and the expression here. So I have the date to be formatted as the previous date, okay, which I have just received from the date and time formatter feature. Here we have this data I have mapped in, and I just want to add 1 hour extra into this particular existing timing, for which I am going to copy this particular format, and here instead of 8 hour I will replace the value as 1, and instead of hours I have changed it to the hour. Okay, and into the to format and from format, well, of course it will be T and Z only. Okay, so, well, currently I have the format as T and Z. Yes, I have the T and Z format only. So here we have the format as T and Z into the from format, and here we have into the to format, that is T and Z again. Okay, clicking on this button, save and send test request, and this time we have received the timing as the 4:30. Okay, and again don't worry, it is actually into the UTC format, so that is why it is showing in 4:30. But when you are going to when you are going to schedule the meeting into the Google Calendar, into the Google Meet software, the timing will be actually same as your form submitter is going to provide, as your a user is going to submit. Okay, finally I will be providing the start date and date here. Okay, for that I'll have to refresh this automation once again. Well, I do not need to refresh it, we already have received this data. So into this end date I'm going to provide this value as the 4:30. Okay, so I am providing the data. Alright, so I have mapped the end date, and from here only I'm going to map the start date. Clicking on this button, save and send test request, but before that I'll have to provide the attendee email also. So where is the email of the person who has booked an appointment? Alright, and asking for the request ID as well. So you will have to enter the random unique ID for this request. Well, nothing could be better than this email ID, because this is unique as well, this is random as well. Searching for the email address once again. Now finally I'm going to click on this button, save and send test request, and you will see the response has been arrived. Now I will go to my Google Calendar and will check whether the meeting has been scheduled on this particular date and time or not. Alright, I will open Google Calendar, and here you can see on the 13th of January this meeting has been scheduled, and the timings are actually perfect, the 9 a.m. and 10 a.m., not that 3:30 and the 4:30. The date is also same, the description is also same. If I'm going to copy and search here, and here you can see it is the same description which we have provided into our Google Meet step. Alright, here you can see, and from this particular button now you can join your meeting, and your meeting has been scheduled into your Google Calendar. Okay, you can join the meeting anytime, basically on the preferred date and time from this Google Calendar only. Okay, now we are going to send the same meeting link to the same person on the WhatsApp as well, so that they can join this particular meeting on the preferred date and time. So how I'm going to do that? You will have to click on this plus icon once again and search for the WhatsApp Cloud API. Okay, it is an official API of WhatsApp which Facebook has launched, and for sending the WhatsApp messages to the customer, I am going to make use of this application only. And an action event, I will go with the send template message. Well, what is this send template message all about? I will tell you later in the video only. But before I made any connections with Pabbly Connect, firstly I am going to take you to the dashboard of WhatsApp Cloud API, and then I will show you how you can reach out to the WhatsApp Cloud API and start sending the WhatsApp messages. So in order to reach to the website of the WhatsApp Cloud API, you will have to type developers.facebook.com in your browser and press enter. And once you will reach out here, you will have to firstly create your account, and then you will have to log in. After creating an account, you will have to click on this My App section. I'm already logged in into the software, so that is why I have reached here directly. Okay, so after creating an account, you will have to perform two things. Firstly, create an app. Well, I already have created several apps, so that is why I'm not going to create the app from the scratch. But after creating an account, you will have to firstly create an app and generate a permanent token, because when you are going to connect your WhatsApp Cloud API with Pabbly Connect, it will ask you for the permanent token which you will have to generate initially. You can either visit this particular link, or I have also attached a separate video into my description box, so you can watch those videos, read everything about it, and once you have created an app and generate a permanent token, then you will have to open your application which you have created. I have created this My Connect message app, so I am going to click on that particular application. Now in the left side you will find an option of WhatsApp. Click on getting started, and here exactly we will find all these details. So basically it is asking for the token, phone number ID, and WhatsApp business account ID. So here we have the phone number ID, copy it, and here I am going to paste the same. Okay, and further we have the WhatsApp business account ID as well. Again I am going to copy and paste the same, and it is asking for the token. Well, as I have told you earlier, that you will have to provide the permanent token which you are going to generate by watching the video or by following these instructions. Okay, but here in this particular video I am going to use this temporary access token only, because I am creating this automation just to show you how you can do these kinds of automation. So I will go with the temporary access token only, and this will expire in 23 hours because it is temporary. Okay, so I have provided all the details, and this is how you can also reach to the website of WhatsApp Cloud API, get all these details, and this is how you can connect your WhatsApp Cloud API account with Pabbly Connect. Now the very first thing it is asking to select is the template name. So whatever the templates are available into your account, into your WhatsApp Cloud API account, are visible here. So if you will go to this particular section under this step 2, if you will actually find a hyperlink here. You will have to click on that particular thing, and this is how you can reach out to the message template section of WhatsApp Cloud API. So here let me tell you, whenever you want to send WhatsApp messages to your customer, to your people, to your user, firstly you will have to create a template, get it approved via Facebook, then only you can start the conversation with the customers. Okay, I have already created several templates and lot of them are approved, a few of them are even rejected. Okay, so how you can create a template, again the separate video is available on our channel. You can actually visit that particular thing, but here in this particular case, let me show you which template I have created for sending the appointment confirmation messages. Okay, so I have the template name as meeting detail. I'm going to open that template. Okay, and here I have selected the language as the English. I have not included any header because it is optional, but just in case if you want to attach any text along with your header, any media, and in media also you will get 3 options. So just in case if you want to attach any image, video, document along with your header, you can also choose the same. And in the body text, you can see I have created the message from here only, and you can see the preview of this message from the right hand side. Okay, and you must be thinking that what are these numbers which I have kept within the curly braces. So basically these are the variables which I have added from this particular button, and whatever the values I have kept in the form of variable, these values will be replaced automatically when this automation is going to work in the real time. So let's say I want the name of the customer should replace automatically. I want these particular value, basically the appointment details, the date and the time, the meeting link, these values should be automatically replaced. So that is why I have provided it in the form of variable, and the footer and buttons were also optional, so I have not added any. But in case you want to attach anything, you can actually watch the video from our YouTube channel. We have done lot of video on the same. Alright, after providing all the details, make sure that you also provide the dummy data, the sample content, basically the content what will appear in place of this variable. You just need to tell the system via the sample content. Okay, and after providing all these details, you can submit your template for the review from this particular button. Okay, so I'm going to copy the name of this template and will take you directly to the Pabbly Connect, and here I will search for the same template name, and as soon as I am going to select this template, you will see the below fields will be replaced automatically, will be changed automatically as soon as I'm going to select this. And here you can see I have selected the template name as the meeting link, and here we have the body field 1 2 3 4 5, and these are the same content which we have added in as a variable. Okay, we just need to provide the values in place of these fields. Okay, and this is how this automation is going to work. This is how the values will come in place of those variables. Okay, so leave this language code and select the template ID as it is, asking for the recipient mobile number. So I'm going to map the number from the Google form response, and currently I'm mapping this dummy number only, but don't worry, I will replace this number with the genuine one when I'm going to send the WhatsApp messages in the actual. Okay, and here you will have to notice that you'll have to provide the number in this particular format only, basically with the country code without plus sign. And what you can do is you can actually mention the same thing into your form as well, so that whenever someone is going to provide the number, they will provide the number in this particular format only. Okay, now it is asking for the body field 1 2 3 4 5. Well, these are the same body fields which we have kept as a variable into our message template. So let me show you my template. Here is my template. Let me first take it here, and here I have the body field 1 as the name of the customer. So here the name of the person should come. So again I'm going to map the name of the person from the Google Forms response only. Okay, so here we have the demo user asking for the body field 2, which is actually the type of the skin treatment. Okay, the type of the treatment. So how about I add something like the skin treatment only. Okay, so let me add the same. Okay, so I have added this thing also. Now moving further, asking for the body field 3 and 4, which is actually the date and timing of the meeting. Okay, so I'm going to provide the date and time not from here but from here, because the date and time, this particular date and time is not actually into the readable format. Okay, so that is why I am going to map the date and timing from the Google Forms response. Okay, so here we have the preferred date and here we have the timing. Let me search search for the same. I remember the timing was actually of the 9 a.m. Alright, the last thing it is asking for the link of our meeting. Okay, so I have actually not show you that from where we are going to map the link. So if you will go up here, you will find the meeting link basically in the response of the Google Meet software. So here we have the Google Meet step, and if you will open the response of this particular step, you will find the meeting link as the Hangout link. Where is that link? Let me show you. Here we have the Hangout link as the meeting link, which I'm going to map here. Basically I want to send the same meeting link to the person on his WhatsApp, so that is why I am going to search for the same, and here I have mapped it successfully. Now I am going to click on this button, but before that let me first open my WhatsApp Cloud API, basically my WhatsApp web, and here I am going to delete the existing chat, and now I am going to replace this number with the actual WhatsApp number, basically my WhatsApp number. Alright, so I have provided the genuine number. Clicking on this button, save and send test request, you will see how the message will be arrived automatically on my WhatsApp web, and here you can see it is the same name of the person, the same thing, and here we have the same timing and date as well. Please join the meeting, and now your customer can also join the same meeting on this particular date and timing directly from his WhatsApp only. And this is how you can start automating your online appointment process. You just need to build this automation inside Pabbly Connect once, and after that everything is work in the backend. Pabbly Connect will take care of all the tasks in the backend. You do not have to do anything manually. Sit back and relax. Alright, and after creating an automation inside Pabbly Connect, now onwards, whenever someone is going to book an appointment via Google Form, he or she will automatically receive a WhatsApp message something like this along with this Google Meet link. Alright, and in case you want to clone this whole workflow, in case you want to access this workflow which I have created in front of you into your Pabbly Connect account, I will also attach the shareable link of my workflow into my description box, from where you can directly click on this particular link, sign up for free in the Pabbly Connect, and this is how you can clone the same workflow into your Pabbly Connect account, that too for free. And if I have forgot to mention you one important thing, let me show you this once again, that if you want this automation to work in the real time, basically if you want that as soon as you are adding the new data here, the data should get sent automatically to the Pabbly Connect. For that you will have to enable this option, that is send on event. I'm repeating this again, do not forget to enable this particular option, otherwise the automation will not work in real time. Basically your Google Forms responses data will not get sent to the Pabbly Connect. Okay, so this is something important, and here I would like to give you one more very important tip, that whenever you are working with the Google Sheets or Google Forms and Pabbly Connect, make sure either you work on the incognito window or multiple Google accounts should not be logged in into your tab. Okay, I'm repeating this again, either work in the incognito window or do not log in into the multiple Gmail accounts at the same time, otherwise you will get an error, your data will not get sent automatically to the Pabbly Connect. Okay, so this is how you can create this automation with the help of Pabbly Connect. How to schedule a meeting in Google Meet for Google Forms submission automatically. So if you're using Google Forms for collecting the online appointments, and for taking those online appointments you are using Google Meet software, then this video is for you, because here I'm going to teach you that whenever the form is submitted into the Google Forms, how you can automatically schedule a meeting into the Google Meet software for the same person who has just submitted the form. Yes, it is possible. You can actually automate your online appointment process with this automation. So if you also want to learn how you can do that, come with me and I will show you the whole process step by step. So assume that I'm a doctor and I provide the consultation online, and for collecting the appointments, online appointments, I have created this form into the Google Form application, and I want as soon as someone is going to submit this form, a meeting should be scheduled automatically, so that I don't need to manually copy the data and then create the meeting manually on each form submission. For that I'll have to build a connection into Google Meet software and into the Google Form software, and I'm going to do that with the help help of Pabbly Connect, which is an amazing integration and automation software via which you can connect multiple applications and automate your task. Okay, I will also attach this link into my description box for your reference. Now, if you are a new user of Pabbly Connect, you will have to sign up for free, where you will also get free tasks every month to test these kinds of amazing automation. I am already an existing user of Pabbly Connect, so that is why I have clicked on sign in, clicked on access now, and this is how I will reach to the dashboard of Pabbly Connect. Now, the very first thing you will have to do is to click on this blue button, that is create workflow, and simply provide a random name to your workflow, to your automation. So let's say I'm providing the name as, let me correct the spelling, when Google form is submitted. Okay, when Google form is submitted, schedule meeting in Google Meet. Okay, now click on create, and after that you will find two boxes in front of you. These are actually trigger and action. So here you'll have to specify the trigger application, and here you'll have to specify the action application. So trigger means when this happens, action means do this. So whenever this happens, do this. Understand with an example also. Whenever a sale happen in a payment gateway application, let's say, send an email via Gmail application. And here, according to our use case, whenever the Google Forms application is submitted, whenever the form is submitted in Google Forms application, automatically schedule a meeting in Google Meet software. So this is how you need to always select the applications in which you are building an automation. And here in this particular automation, we are building the automation in between Google Forms and Google Meet. So that is why the first application here will be the Google Forms, and I want, as soon as someone is going to submit a form, or you can say a new response is received into my Google Forms, this automation should start trigger. So that is why I have selected this particular trigger event. Well, I just have a single trigger event only here. Okay, now after selecting these two things, you will find a webhook URL and few set of instructions. So the idea here is, firstly, we will have to connect our Google Forms which we have created with the Pabbly Connect, so that whatever the responses are going to receive, those responses should be collected into the Pabbly Connect, and then we are going to send the same responses to different software so that we can schedule a meeting. Okay, so how I'm going to connect these applications? Basically with the help of webhook URL. Okay, so follow these instructions one by one. So firstly, you'll have to copy this webhook URL, go back to the form which you have created for collecting the online appointments, and here we are going to build the connection in between Google Forms and Pabbly Connect with the help of this spreadsheet which is actually associated with this particular Google Form. Okay, let me maximize it so that you can see the data very clearly. Okay, and how I am going to build the connection? So with the help of this webhook URL, copy this URL, go back to your spreadsheet, go to the extension, click on add-ons, click on get add-ons, and here you will have to search for the Pabbly Connect webhooks add-on. And after searching for the Pabbly Connect webhooks, you will find your add-on here. Well, it is already installed into my account, but whenever you are building the connection in between Google Forms or in between Google Sheets and Pabbly Connect, the very first thing you will have to do is to install this add-on, because we will have to open the same add-on from here. Okay, so click on extension once again after installing the add-on, and finally you will find your Pabbly Connect webhooks add-on here. Okay, you'll have to open this initial setup. Okay, and here I would like to give you a very small tip that whenever you are going to work with the Google Sheets or Google Forms, make sure you work either in the incognito window or multiple Gmail accounts should not be logged in. Otherwise you will face an error while authorization. Okay, while authorizing your Google Sheets. Okay, so make sure you work either into the incognito window or multiple Google accounts should not be logged in at the same time. Okay, while working into the Google Sheets. Now after installing this particular add-on, once you will click on this initial setup, here exactly you will have to paste the same webhook URL which you have received via Google Form. So I'm going to paste the same URL here, and it is asking for the trigger column. So read the instructions. The trigger column will be your final data column, in which if the data is added, the whole of that data will be sent to the webhook URL. So what does that mean? So basically you want that whenever the data is filled up to this particular column, this data should be sent to the Pabbly Connect, or you can say that this automation should start trigger. Well, in this case, I want that when the data is filled up to this G column, because this is my last column into this particular spreadsheet, this automation should trigger. So that is why I am going to add this G only. Now I'll be clicking on send test button, but you will see it will show that no data found in row 2. Okay, so firstly what I'm going to do is you'll have to read the instructions from here. Okay, it is actually waiting for the webhook response. Read the instructions. Log into the application where you have added the webhook URL and do a test submission record so that the data can be recorded here in the webhook response. So here the test submission and record means making of a new response in this Google Forms. Okay, so I'm going to open this particular form. Basically I'm going to preview this particular form, and here I'm going to make a dummy submission. I'm going to register. I'm going to take an online appointment as a dummy user by filling out this form. Alright, so I have filled all the details and assume that someone is actually booking an appointment. The name of the person is dummy user. Here's the email address, here's the contact number, and here I'm going to fill the appointment date as, let's say, 7th of January, and here I'm going to fill the time as, let's say, 10 a.m. Okay, so 10:00 is going to be the appointment of mine. Okay, I'm going to click on submit, and you will see after the form submission, of course the data will be captured first into this spreadsheet. Let me first close it. Here you can see it is the same data. Now when I will click on this extension, and now when I am going to click on the send test button, you will see the same data will be sent to the Pabbly Connect. Okay, let me show you once again. It is still waiting for the webhook response, and as soon as I am going to click on this send test button, you will see that the same data will be sent to the Pabbly Connect. Here let me show you, and here you can see the response has been received already as soon as I have clicked on this send test button. Let me first click on the submit button, and you will see that the setup will be configured successfully. Click on close. Coming back to the Pabbly Connect, and here let us check the details one by one. And yes, I have actually provided the trigger column as G only. Here we have the timestamp, here we have the spreadsheet name, the sheet name, sheet ID, and let us check the details one by one of the spreadsheet. Okay, so here we have the preferred date as 7th of January. Okay, the first name, last name, email address, contact number, and the consultation time preference. Okay, so this is how the first step of our automation of our integration is done, which was connecting Pabbly Connect and Google Forms and capturing the form data here. Okay, and if I want that on every form submission the data should be collected into the Pabbly Connect, for that I'll have to make one more important settings. Okay, so if you'll go to the extension Pabbly Connect webhooks add-on once again, you will find an option of send on event. What does that mean? It is asking that whenever any event is going to happen in this particular spreadsheet, should it send the data on the happening of that event? Yes, I want whenever the data is added, basically whenever the new data is added in this particular row, it should send the data. Okay, so I have enabled this particular setting. Let me cross check, and yes, it is now enabled. Okay, so coming back to Pabbly Connect, and now we want to send the same data to Google Meet application because I want to schedule a meeting on this particular date into the Google Meet. Basically, firstly we are going to schedule this meeting into my Google Calendar, from where I can directly join my meeting into the Google Meet software only. Okay, I'll show you how we are going to do that. So firstly, I am going to search for the Google Meet application because we want to schedule the meetings here, and for scheduling you will see how the meetings will be scheduled into the Google Calendar software. Okay, and of course the action event will be the schedule a meeting only. Click on connect, and again, as we have connected our Google Forms with Pabbly Connect, now we are going to connect to Google Meet with Pabbly Connect. For that you will have to click on this add new connection and simply provide the access of your account. I will go with the existing connections only because I already have made the connections earlier with the Pabbly Connect, so I am reusing those connections. Okay, now it is asking to select the calendar and asking for few more details. Okay, so how about I select this Pabbly Connect calendar in which I would like to schedule the meeting into with the Google Meet link. All right, so here it is clearly written that it will only include the calendars that will support the Google Meet meetings. Okay, all right, there's no problem because my Google Google Calendar actually supports the Google Meet meetings also, and generally all Google Calendars support the same. Now it is asking for the summary, the description, and the meeting start date and time, and the meeting end date and time. So what should be the summary of my meeting? So how about that new appointment is scheduled for the consultation. Okay, so how about I go with this particular summary, and let us copy and paste the same thing here. New appointment is scheduled for the consultation. And what if I also provide the name of the person with whom I'm going to conduct the meeting, with whom I'm going to take the appointment, okay? And from where I will actually receive the name of the person, of course from the Google Forms data, okay? And I don't need to manually copy this data and paste it here. I'm going to map it, and mapping is very simple in Pabbly Connect. If you will click on this particular field, the above data visible here, just open that particular data and you will find the above data here in the drop down, and here you just need to select that particular field. So I want to map the name of the person, so I have mapped the first name. Let us map the last name as well. You can even search for the values from the search bar as well, okay? So dummy user, okay, new appointment is scheduled for the consultation with the dummy user. Okay, let me add this with dummy user. Okay, so I have provided the summary, the description, and don't worry, these values will be replaced automatically when some new person is going to submit the form. Okay, this name will be replaced automatically. That is why we have mapped this value. Okay, now it is asking for the meeting start date and meeting end date, which is actually required. Well, when I would like to schedule the meeting, when I would like to start the meeting, well, I have already received the data, basically the date and time. So here is the time, and where is the date? I'll have to check. Here is the date. Here's the date and the time. But here you will have to notice one more very important thing, that it has clearly written that enter your event start UTC date time value. Okay, and it has even provided us the example, the format in which the date and time combination should be added. But in this particular case, I have the date and time separately. Okay, firstly I have the date and time separately, and secondly I do not have the date and time into the UTC format. So firstly I'll have to convert these timings, and then I'm going to map those converted timings into the Google Meet software. And how I'm going to do that, don't worry, it is very easy in Pabbly Connect. Click on this plus icon before your Google Meet step, and here I'm going to search for the date and time formatter, which is an amazing feature of Pabbly Connect, via which you can perform various kind of amazing operations inside your date and time, basically with the date and time. Okay, and here I am going to choose this format date with the time zone. Now I'm going to click on this button connect, and you will see it will be immediately connected. Finally it is asking for the date which you need to be formatted. Okay, enter date to be formatted, and here it has also provided the example. Okay, so what date I need to format? Well, if you'll click on this particular field, you will find the date and time of the Google Form submission. Okay, basically the person who has provided the data. So here I have mapped the date, and where is the time? I'll have to check that as well. So I have the timing as the 10 a.m. Okay, and here it is asking for the from format. So currently I have the date in month, date, year, hours, minutes, and seconds. So I will go with the same from format. Okay, so where is the month, date, and year? Okay, so here I have the month, date, year, hours, minutes, and second, and in this particular format I also have this AM and PM. But the problem is the AM and PM here we have is actually with the DDMMYY format. So that is why I'll have to go with this MMDDYY HHMMSS. Okay, so this is going to be the from format. Asking for the to format, well, we have the to format in this particular format. Okay, so here you can see the TZ value and into the UTC format. So I'll go upside, and here I'm going to select the same format. Okay, so the to format should be the T and Z format. And where is that format? Well, it is actually the first format only, that is the T and Z format. Okay, I think I should go with this T and Z because I want the Z into the end, in the end. Okay, asking for the time zone. So the from time zone will be the Asia and Kolkata, of course, because I am from the India, and the time zone I have captured is actually for the Asia and Kolkata only. And to time zone, well, as they have clearly mentioned that it should be the UTC. Well, why UTC, I will explain you later in the video, but here you will have to go with the UTC only. And if I will search for the UTC, here we have the UTC format. Okay, if I'll be clicking on this button save and send test request, you will see what data we have actually received. So if we have received, I'll have to check the values. Something is wrong because here one separation is missing, and even the date is also different because I have booked an appointment for the 7th of January, but it is showing clearly a different value. So I'll have to check my settings once again. Okay, so the very first thing is that I have not provided a space as per this format. Okay, here you can see MMDDYY. After that, I'll have to provide the space. So I'll have to provide the space here. Alright, so I have provided the space here, and let us cross check the format as well once before I click on this button save and send test request. So I have the date here as the DDMMYYYY, hours, minutes, seconds, and then AM and PM. Let me cross check, and in this particular format I have selected the MM. Okay, instead of DDMMYYYY, I have selected this format MMDDYYYY, which I'll have to correct once again. So let me search for the DDMMYY format. So here I have the DDMMYY format where we have the hours, minutes, seconds, and of course the AM and PM value, which I guess is the exact format which I have mapped here. So how about I go with this one, and let me check whether I'm receiving the exact date and time format or not, which Google Meet is actually looking for. Alright, so I have 2023-0107 and 4:30. Well, you must be thinking that the timing we have received is actually of the 4:30, but the actual time was actually for the 10 a.m. So why there is a difference of 5:30 hours? Because here I have received this particular data into the UTC format, and if you are going to add plus 5:30 hours in this existing timing basically into the 4:30, you will actually get the 10 a.m. timing only. Okay, and here why again we have received this data into this particular format, because in Google Meet it has clearly mentioned that you should actually format the date and time, you should actually provide the date and time into the UTC format. So that is why we have received the timing into the UTC format, which I am going to map as my start date. Okay, so the first value we are actually set for the first value, which is the start date and time. Now from where I will get the end date value. Okay, so assume that as a doctor I'm going to take an appointment, I'm going to take a meeting for at least 1 hour. Okay, so I'll have to add 1 extra hour in this particular timing, and then I'm going to map that particular date and time in this end date field. Okay, so how I am going to do that? You will have to click on this plus icon once again, and here we are going to perform the same thing with the help of date and time formatter feature only. Okay, and again let me tell you, it is the amazing feature of Pabbly Connect via which you can perform several things. Okay, and this time instead of selecting this format date with time zone, I will select that this add and subtract the time. I'm sorry for that. Click on connect, and this is how it will be connected. Simply provide the date which you would like to format. So I have just received a date from the previous step in which I would like to add 1 more hour. Okay, so here the format is already given for adding and subtracting the date and time. So I am going to paste the same format here, and here I will change the value as the 1 and will remove this extra s. Okay, and it is asking for the to and from format, so I'll have to search for the T and Z format. Where is that format? Alright, here you can see I have the format as the T and Z. Okay, let me cross check whether I'm adding the correct format or not. Okay, so it is asking for the T and Z format where the Z should be in the last. Okay, so I'll have to recheck check once again, and here we have the T and Z format, but I'm confused that which particular format among these should be captured. Okay, so basically I should add this T and Z format. Okay, so I think I have added the correct one. All right, again I'm going to select the same, clicking on this button, save and send test request. I hope I will get the exact value, and yes, I have actually received the value of after 1 hour, which I'm going to map here. So let us click on this particular field. Well, here I have the start date which I have mapped, and here I'm going to map the end date. Okay, let me map it once again. Alright, so after mapping the start and end date, it is asking for the attendee email, basically with which person you are going to attend the meeting. So I'm going to map the email address of the same person which I have received from my Google Forms response. Okay, and finally it is asking for the request ID. Enter the random unique ID for this request. I think nothing could be better than the email address, because this is something going to be unique also. So how about I map the same, and finally I'm going to click on this button. But before that, let me first open my Google Calendar so that I can clearly show you that how the meetings are going to conduct automatically into this Google Calendar. Okay, the meetings are actually going to schedule into the Google Calendar, and from here exactly you can join the meeting at any time, basically at the preferred date and time. So I think I am about to add the meeting in which particular column, in which particular calendar. Okay, so PabCon is the calendar, so let me unselect other calendars, and here I have selected this PabCon. Coming back to Pabbly Connect and clicking on the button finally, and waiting for the response, waiting for the meeting to be scheduled. Well, the response is already received, and here I am actually waiting for the meeting to be scheduled. And here you can see the meeting has been scheduled automatically. If I will open this particular meeting, it is the same description that new appointment is scheduled for the consultation, and here we have the description as new appointment is scheduled for the consultation with, and here we have the name of the person, the email address of the person, and even the date and timings are exact, that is 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. and January 7th, which we have basically these details we have provided at the time of form submission. Okay, and let me even show you that currently we have the date and time as the 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. but remember, the value which we have to map was quite different. It was actually the 4:30 and 5:30. Okay, so that is why it has asked us to provide the values into the UTC format, so that when the meetings are going to schedule in this particular calendar, it will take the exact value which we are adding at the time of Google form submission. Okay, so this is how now onwards, as soon as someone is going to schedule or someone is going to book an appointment via this Google form submission, the meetings will be automatically scheduled into the Google Calendar. And from this particular button, if people are going to click on this button, basically if you are going to click on this button, the meeting will be open up automatically, and from here exactly you can join the meeting. Now this was for you, basically this is the meeting link for you, but how the customer will get to know that from where and how he is going to join the meeting? For that I'm going to share these meeting details. Basically I have received the meeting details here, and even the meeting link in this particular response. Let me show you. Here I have the meeting link. Okay, so I'm going to share the same details with the same person over his Gmail. For that I'll have to click on this plus icon, and here I'm going to search for the Gmail application, because I want to send the data to the Gmail only, basically on the Gmail of the person. Okay, and as the action event I have selected the send email, clicking on connect, and again I will go with the existing connection only. But if you are building the connections for the first time, you will have to choose the new connections and just provide the access of your Gmail account, asking for the recipient mobile number. I'm sorry for that, it is not the mobile number, it is the email address. Okay, so here I'm going to map the recipient email address, which is admin@pabblytudes.com, leaving the CC and BCC field blank, sender name. So how about I add something like the Pabbly, just a random sender number, asking for the email subject line. So how about I provide the data, provide the line, the subject line, something like appointment is confirmed. Okay, this is going to be the subject line for my email which I'm about to send to my customer, to the person who is about to schedule the meeting. Okay, reply to, I will again leave this particular field blank. Email content type, well, you will have to go, you can actually choose this plain email content type only. Finally, the email content, so I'm writing something like hello. Here I will place the name of the person, that is dummy, give a space and again search for the name, and here I will map the second name as user, press a comma, press enter. Hello dummy user, your online appointment with doctor has been scheduled on, and here I'm going to write the meeting details, and instead of adding the details which we have received from this date and time formatter step, how about I map the value from the Google form step? Why? Because these values, these date and time values are quite tough to read. Okay, so I'm going to map the details from here only. So here I have the date as this, and I'm also going to map the time. So let me search for the time, and here we have the time. Okay, so your online appointment with doctor has been scheduled on 7th of January 2023, and this is the timing, and you can join the meeting from this particular link. Okay, so here I'm going to add the meeting link so that on this particular date and time the person can actually join his meeting. And here I will open this fourth step, and here I'm going to search for the meeting link. Alright, I'll have to search for it once again, and here we have the meeting link which I have mapped. And let me also write something like the regards Pabbly team, and finally I'm going to send this particular email to the same person. You just need to click on that particular button and you will see that how the same message will get sent automatically to the person. So let me first open my Gmail account in which I'm about to receive this particular email. Alright, so I have opened my Gmail account. Coming back to Pabbly Connect, clicking on this button save and send test request and waiting for the response to receive. Alright, well, the response has already received. You can even check that the response result status is sent. Coming back to my Gmail account, let me refresh once again, and here you will see that the email has been arrived. Alright, here you can see the same email has been received, and it is the same subject line, that is appointment is confirmed. And if I will open this particular email, you will see it is the same content which we have prepared via Pabbly Connect. Okay, hello dummy user, your online appointment with doctor has been scheduled on this particular date and time, and you can join the meeting link from this particular link, regards Pabbly team. So this is how now onwards, as soon as someone is going to schedule an appointment via this particular form, the meeting for the same will be scheduled automatically on this particular calendar, from where you can join the meeting, and customers, your form submitters, can join the meeting from their email. And for that, you just need to set this automation inside Pabbly Connect once, and after that everything will work in the backend. Pabbly Connect will take care of all the tasks in the backend. You do not have to do anything manually. Sit back and relax, and I am also going to attach the shareable link of my workflow into the description box. So just in case if you want to access this whole workflow into your account, simply go to this particular link, sign up for free in the Pabbly Connect, and the same workflow will be cloned into your Pabbly Connect account, that too for free. In this video, we will learn how to automatically get morning reminders about your first meeting daily on WhatsApp. So let's say you plan your meetings, your upcoming events in Google Calendar. And here I'm going to teach you how you can automatically receive the reminders of those meetings every day on your WhatsApp at the time of your choice. Well, getting such type of reminders can definitely help you in planning your whole day very effectively. And if you want to learn how you can get the reminders on WhatsApp, that too from the Google Calendar, just follow this video till end. So I'm going to set these kind of automatic reminders for my WhatsApp, and the meeting details and time will also be included, and these automated reminders will actually come from the Google Calendar. And to create this automation, I'll connect Google Calendar and WhatsApp with the help of Pabbly Connect, which is an integration and automation software, and you can also reach to this website by typing pabbly.com/connect. I will also attach this link in my description box. Now first you will have to create your free account from this button, and you will also get free task to test this automation in the free account. I am already an existing user, that is why I am clicking on sign in, and then you will have to click on access now, and this is how you will reach to the dashboard of Pabbly Connect. And we are going to start creating our automation from this blue button. Enter workflow name here. So I am providing a random name, Google Calendar reminders on WhatsApp daily. So click on create and you will see two boxes in front of you, trigger and action. Trigger means when this happens, action means do this. Understand with an example. Whenever a sale happen in a payment gateway application, send an email via Gmail application. According to our use case, whenever the event is added in Google Calendar application, send a message on WhatsApp application. So basically we need to always select the applications in which we are setting up an automation. But here, instead of selecting the application, I am going to select the schedule. Now why schedule? Because I want to run this automation every day in the morning. So that is why with the help of schedule feature by Pabbly, I am going to run this automation every day in the morning. How often you want to run your workflow? I want to run it every day, and it is asking for the time. So 7 a.m. will be the time of this automation. Okay, and where is 00? Here is the 00, and let me select the AM, and I have selected this time. Click on save and you will see I will actually receive the same time, the 7 AM time, Asia, Kolkata. Proceeding further, now finally I am going to select Google Calendar as the action application, and here in the action event I am going to choose get all event. Where is that action? Get all event. Basically I am going to receive all the Google Calendar events here so that I can create the automation further. Now click on add new connection, connect with Google Calendar and provide the access of that Gmail account in which your calendar is actually created. So I have provided the same. Now click on continue, and this is how you can actually connect your Google Calendar with the Pabbly Connect, and you can see whatever the calendars are available in my Google Calendar have started visible here in Pabbly Connect. Well, these are the calendars of my account and these are visible actually here. Okay, and I am going to select this meeting and daily routine calendar, and you can even see that I have several events created in this particular calendar. You can see here is the meeting with contractor in between 9 to 10 a.m. at September 21st. Okay, and I have one more meeting, basically a lunch meeting with Mr. Roy again on the same date. Okay, so coming back to Pabbly Connect, and let me search for the same calendar, meeting and daily routine. Now when I will click on this button, you will see all the events will be captured here in Pabbly Connect. You can see here is the meeting and daily routine. All right, coming down, meeting with contractor, meeting and daily routine, and in this way you can actually receive all the event details here. But all the events here are actually come all together, but I cannot process my automation in this way. I want the data one by one. I want the event details one by one. For that I am going to disable this simple response. All right, and will click on this button once again, and you will see I will receive all the event details all together. Instead of getting these details one by one, I will receive all the event details one by one. Under the items, you can see I have this data. Let me even show you the details. You can see summary here, meeting with the contractor, and here is the organizer. The second thing is meeting and daily routine. This is the name of the calendar, and here is the reminder, and this is how you can actually collect all the responses in the advanced format. And now finally From this advanced format, I am going to separate the event. Basically, I want the event as I have just told you one by one. So with the help of iterator feature by Pabbly, I am going to do the same, and it is asking for the array, and you can see I have this array here in the items only. The response which I have received is actually in the form of array only. Let me map the same. Here is the item. I'm going to map the same. Well, item has mapped automatically because I have just single array. Click on save and send test request, and you will see this time I will receive just a single event. Let me show you. Here is the detail. This is the status confirmed. This is the created and updated date of the event, and here is the summary. Here is the organizer name, and here is the start date and end date, basically the end date time and start date time of that event, and here is the time zone. So this is how you can receive your event data one by one. Now proceeding further, what exactly I want to do, I want to send the reminders every day in the morning. But here I am going to receive the event details of all the date. So how I am going to define that? It should actually send the details of the same day only, basically of the current day only. Assume that it is 21st September today. So it should actually send the event details of 21st September only. It should send the reminder about 21st September only, not of other details. So I'll have to define this condition in Pabbly Connect. How? Firstly, I'll have to fetch out both the dates, the date of the event also and the current date also. So I am already having the event date. Let me show you. Here is the start date time. Now I want the current date, and from where I am going to get this current date? Well, with the help of feature of Pabbly Connect, once again, date time formatter. And here in action event, you will find the current date option. Click on connect and you will receive the current date. It is asking for the basic format since I want to compare these two dates. So how about I keep the format same as this particular date only, basically the event date format. So I am going to select the same format, and here is that format: YYYY MMDD T and hours, minutes, seconds, Z. Okay, I'm going to select the same. I do not want to include time in response. Click on save and send test request, and you will see I will receive the current date. And what is the current date? Well, it is actually 21st September 2022. So I have both the details. I have the date of the current date also, and I have the date of the event date also, which I have just received. Okay, so I am going to compare these two dates now. Okay, and what will happen if I'll compare it? If the difference of both these two dates will be 0, that means the event date is actually the current date only, and in that case the reminders should get sent. Okay, so how I'm going to do that? Again, you will have to search for date time formatter only. Well, it is a very interesting feature of Pabbly Connect, and in action event I'm going to choose date duration calculator. Okay, click on connect, and here I am going to provide the format of the date. Well, remember, I have both the dates in the same format. I just need to provide the date 1 and date 2 in which I need to make the calculation. So in the first date, I am going to map the event date, and from where I will get the event date? Remember, I have received the response in the iterator step. Where is the start event date? Here's the date. And in the second date, I am going to map the current date, and I have received the current date from the date time formatter by Pabbly. Okay, I'm going to map the same, and now when I will click on this button, it will give me the difference of these two dates. Well, I'm having the different as 0 in the years, 0 in the months as well, 0 in the date as well, and in the hours, minutes and seconds we have a difference of few hours. And the difference of 0 here clearly shows that the event which I am receiving right now is actually of the today's date only. Meeting with contractor, it is actually of the today's date. Since I have set up this automation something like that, the response should receive one by one. That is why I have applied this iterator. And one by one, all events will come here and it will first do the comparison whether that particular event's date is actually the current date or not. If it is actually matches with that particular date, you will see the difference will be 0 in response. And if the difference is 0, then it should actually continue the automation. Basically, should actually set the reminders. But I'll have to define this condition. Currently, I just have the difference, but I'll have to check it whether the difference is actually of 0 or not. So with the help of filter by Pabbly, I am going to apply this condition. How and where? Here you will have to map the response. Response of what? Response of date time formatter where you have received the difference of months, and here I am going to send the difference of days also. Okay, let me select the same difference of days also. If the month difference is equal to 0, and if the days difference is also equal to 0, if both of these conditions are satisfied, then it should actually send the reminders on WhatsApp. But before I proceed further, let me even tell you an interesting thing, that currently we are having both the dates as 21st September. Basically, the event start date is 21st and the current date is also 21st. How about the event date which we are receiving is not of 21st, it is actually for, let's say, 24th September. Okay, so from here I'm going to copy this format. Okay, and after copying this, I will actually write the 24 as the event date here, and now I am going to click on this button once again. Okay, this time I'm having the date of the event as 24th and the current date is 21. What will happen? I'm going to show you this. Okay, so wait for the response, and here I am having 24th as the event date and 21 as the current date, and here you can clearly see that the difference in date is 3. So in this case, this condition is going to be false and this automation will stop here only, and the messages and the reminders will not get sent. Okay, let me remove this date and map the date from the iterator step, basically the event start date. Here it is, date and time. Let me click on this button once again, and this time 0 will be the difference. Yes, you can see 0, 0, 0. Moving further, we already have this filter step, and now finally I am going to apply the WhatsApp step. Okay, and here I am going to send the WhatsApp messages using WhatsApp Cloud API service, which is the official API of WhatsApp which Facebook has recently launched, and we are going to send the WhatsApp messages with the help of WhatsApp Cloud API only. Okay, and to connect WhatsApp Cloud API with the Pabbly Connect, it is asking for the following details. So let me open the developers.facebook.com, basically the WhatsApp Cloud API account, and first you will have to create your account here. I am already logged in, that is why I am clicking on my apps, and you will see I will reach to the dashboard, and the very first thing here you will have to do is to generate an permanent token and create an app. Okay, first you will have to create an app and generate a permanent token, and you can see I have created these several apps. That is why I'm not going to create a new app from the scratch. And if you're not sure how to create an app and generate a permanent token, don't worry, I will attach a video in the description box where it is clearly mentioned that how you can create app and generate a permanent token. From the left side, click on WhatsApp and click on getting started. Let me minimize minimize it so that you can see it clearly. All right, so it is giving me the token ID. I am going to copy, and remember, this token is actually the temporary access token which will expire in 23 hours. But as I have just told you that you will have to generate a permanent token as explained here. You cannot use this temporary access token for sending the real messages, actual messages. And here is the phone number ID, copy and paste it here. Lastly, the WhatsApp business account ID, copy and paste it here, and click on save, and you will see your WhatsApp Cloud API account will be connected with Pabbly Connect. Now, whatever the templates are available in my WhatsApp Cloud API account have started visible here. Under the step 2 section, you will find an option of here, and here you will find all the message templates which I have already created in advance and even got them approved. So let me tell you that firstly, for sending the WhatsApp messages, you'll have to create a message template and get it approved via Facebook, and then only you can actually initiate the conversation with your customer, with your users, by sending these message templates. And you can see few of them are actually active, few of them are rejected, well, lot of them are actually active. Basically, these are approved template, and the name of my template is actually meeting reminder, something like that only, meeting reminder every day. This is the name of my template, and here you can see meeting reminder every day. English is the language I have chosen. This is the header text, and the preview for the same you can actually see from the right hand side. Here is the header text, and in place of this text you can also attach the media as well here in the header. And here in the media you will even get the 3 options here, basically the document, a video and the image. And once you will provide the header, from here exactly you can compose your message, you can create your message, and in the messages you can keep the variables, basically the values which you would like to replace every time with the new details. You can keep those things in the form of variable, and in place of one, the name will come here. In place of this meeting and event name, basically I am going to place the event name. Okay, and I have not provided any footer, any buttons. And one more very important thing, while creating this message template, make sure that you provide the samples as well, otherwise your template will not get approved. And what are these samples? Basically the random value, the sample value, the dummy value which you have provided to your variables. Now click on done, and I am going to copy this name and will go back to Pabbly Connect and paste it here. Well, the same template has actually selected automatically. Keep the language code and template ID as it is. Now it is asking for the recipient mobile number. So for now I am providing a dummy number. Okay, but you will have to provide the actual number, and note that I have also provided the country code. Why? Because it is clearly mentioned the recipient mobile number with the country code without plus sign. So WhatsApp Cloud API wants the number in this particular format only. So make sure you provide the number in this format only, and I am going to add my number since I want to receive the reminders on my number only. You can add the number of the person to whom you would like to send these reminders. Now body field 1, 2, 3. So basically the variables, we need to provide the values, and in place of 1 I do not want any value to be changed. I want my name only. Assume that dummy user is my name, so I have write it manually. Asking for the body field 2, which is going to be the event name. So I want it to change every time with the new detail. So instead of writing manually, I am going to map it, enter text or map data, and we are going to insert the data from the previous step, which is the step from which I will get the event name. Well, from the iterator step. And where is the event name? Here is the name. Meeting and no, it is actually the name of the calendar. Meeting with contractor is the name of the event. Finally, I am going to provide the third variable, basically the time. So I am going to map the start time of the event. So I have mapped the same. Going to click on this button save and send test request, but before let me show you my WhatsApp, and first let me delete the existing message so that I can clearly show you how the new message will arrive automatically. And one more interesting thing here, whatever the values I have mapped here will be replaced, will be changed automatically, and whatever the values I'm going to write it manually will not be changed. Okay, now I will click on this button save and send test request, but the message will not get sent because I have not provided the actual number. Let me first provide that the actual number. So now I have provided the actual number as well. Let's click on this button save and send test request, and yes, the response is received, waiting for the message to appear here, and yes, the new message has also arrived. Let me refresh it. And you can see the message has been arrived from Pabbly team. Good morning, hello dummy user. This is just a friendly reminder that you have a meeting today. Details of the meeting as per your Google Calendar. Here is the meeting event name, meeting with contractor, and here is the date and time. Now you can plan your whole day routine accordingly. Have a wonderful day. So this is how you can automatically send these reminders on WhatsApp of the person. Basically, you can actually receive these kinds of automatic WhatsApp reminders with the help of Pabbly Connect, with the help of automation. And once you will create this automation inside Pabbly Connect, you can simply close Pabbly Connect because everything will work in the backend. Pabbly Connect will take care of all its tasks in the backend. You do not have to do anything manually. As soon as the new event will be updated here, new meetings will be updated here, every day the event details will be captured here, and then we will change the response in the array format, and from that array format the iterator will separate those values. Basically, it will send the event data one by one to the system, and then we will fetch the current date, and we will match the current date and the event date with the date duration calculator. And if the response of the date duration calculator is actually 0, basically month difference is 0, days difference is 0, in that case it should actually send the WhatsApp messages something like this. In case you want to clone this whole setup, whole workflow into your Pabbly Connect account, I'm going to add this shareable link in my description box. From that you can completely clone this whole setup into your account, that too for free.
Hey everyone, welcome back. Guys, in this video you are going to learn a new automation which will let you connect your Facebook lead ads with Google Meets application. So guys, here as and when you collect any lead from Facebook lead ads, a meeting is going to be scheduled automatically via Google Meets application, and you can connect with your lead to nurture that lead and convert it into customer via Google Meets application. So here, as and when you collect the lead, the Google Meet meeting will be scheduled automatically, and it will be reflected to you on your Google Calendar, and a mail also will be delivered to the same lead telling him or her that you have a meeting scheduled with this person. Okay, so you can set up this automation, guys, without any coding skills and programming knowledge very easily with the help of an application called as Pabbly Connect. So let's set up this automation together. So guys, to set up this automation, first of all you need to log in into your Pabbly Connect account and reach the dashboard of Pabbly Connect. And to reach here, you can use the link that we have pasted in the description for you, from where you can set up your free Pabbly Connect account in just 2 minutes, and you will get 100 free automation tasks for every new month. Okay, so sign up right now and log in to reach here. And after reaching here, you have to create a workflow of automation to set up this automation. So just click here on this create workflow button, and here you can provide any good name to this workflow. So I'm giving the name here as Facebook lead ads to Google Meet automation. Okay, so you can give any name according to you. After filling the name, just click on this create button, and you can see your workflow is getting ready here. And on this page, guys, you will find these two things, the trigger and the action. So our automation work on these two things. So the trigger is the happening of that event which is going to trigger or start this automation, and the action would be the response towards that trigger. As in our use case, the trigger would be a new lead captured from the Facebook lead ad, and the action would be to schedule a meeting with that same lead inside Google Meets application. Okay, so first of all you have to set up this trigger. So from here you have to choose the application which is Facebook lead ads, select it, and in the trigger event you have to select this new lead option, so it will trigger when a new lead is created. Then click on connect, and from here select add new connection, then click on connect with Facebook lead ads. Okay, so that will bring you to the login window of your Facebook if you are not logged in. As I have already logged in Facebook, it just got connected here like this. And guys, now you have to select the page on which you are running that lead ad. So guys, this is my Facebook page named as Pabbly Connect. Here I am running the lead ad, and I have attached a lead ad form in this ad. Okay, so here you have to select the page first. So search for your page. My page is this, Pabbly Connect, and here I have attached a lead ad form inside this page called as Connect Integration, and I can show you that form also. So this is the form I have attached in the lead ads. The name of the form is Pabbly Connect Integration. Let me show you, Connect Integration form. So select that. Okay, so guys, after selecting the lead ad form, you have to come back to your lead ad testing tool, and from here guys, I'm going to click on this preview form, and we are going to fill the form on the behalf of any demo lead or test lead, and we are going to capture the test data here in Pabbly Connect, and with the help of that data we are going to set up this automation further. Okay, so from here from this lead ad testing tool you can fill this form. So let me fill the form on the name as Arpit Sharma. This is the email address of this person and all the other details. Okay, now I'm clicking on next and submit the form. Okay, so you can submit this form like this. Okay, and as and when any of the lead is going to submit this form, we are going to, you can see here it is written, one of our team members will meet you on Google Meets, please check your email. The person is going to receive an email along with the meeting link. Okay, so first of all let's capture the data of this test lead here. I'm clicking on save and send test request, and it will capture the leads data like this. You can see Arpit Sharma and all the details are captured here like this. Okay, so in real time it is going to happen like this. Now guys, to schedule a meeting in Google Meets application, we need to have a few things necessary. First thing is we need to have a start time of the meeting and end time of the meeting as well. Okay, so we are going to automate this meeting. We want to create a meeting automatically. So for that we need to have the time and day start time and end time. Okay, so we are going to use this created time label that we have received here, and in this label we have received the time at which we have captured the lead and the date. Okay, in this format. So we are going to use this, and we are going to add some time in this which will act as the start time. Okay, for that what we can do, use this actions tab, and from here you have to select a feature by Pabbly which is called date time formatter. Search for date time formatter here, and in the action event use this option add/subtract time. Okay, then click on connect. Okay, now it is asking enter the date and the expressions and the formats. Okay, so here I am going to map this date and time that we have received in the first step. So I'm going to map this label here. So to map the label, just click here on this enter date field, and you will see this Facebook lead ads option in the drop down, and from here only you can map the label like this. And in the expressions, let's say I want to schedule a meeting with that lead 1 hour after when we capture the lead. Okay, so here I am going to put the expressions as plus 1 hour. Okay, you can read these instructions here. You have to put the time in this format. Okay, so I have to remove this space here. Right, now, so after putting the expression here as plus 1 hours, you have to select the format. So select the format as you have received here. You can see we have received the format as YYY MMDD and a T in between and hours and minutes and seconds. Okay, so you will find this format here like this. Here it is, YYMMDD and a T in between. Select this one. Okay, and if here it is asking from format. Okay, so from format is this format, and it is asking to format. This means in which format you want to convert it. So keep the format as it is, as you have received this one. Okay, and now click on save and send test request, and you will receive the result label. And here you can see we have received the time as 8:48. Previously the time was 7:48, so we got a 1 hour added into this time and it becomes 8:48. So this will act as the start time of our meeting. Okay, now we need end time also. For that, use this plus icon and another action step will open up, and from here you can select date time formatter again, use add subtract time option, click on connect, and now here it is asking enter the date. So guys, here we are going to enter this result label, and let's say we want to have a meeting of 30 minutes. So now I'll add 30 minutes more to this time, and that will act as the end time of the meeting. Okay, so I'm going to map this result label here in the enter date field. Just click here and you will find these previous two steps in the drop down, and from the second step map this result label, and in the expressions now you can put plus 30 and minutes. Okay, okay, put here like this. Select the format, which was the previous format only, which is this. Okay, then click on save and send test request, and now you can see it is showing 9 hours and 18 minutes. So we have added 30 minutes more to 8:48. Okay, so this will act as the end time. Okay, now finally you can schedule a meeting in Google Meets application. Just click on plus and another action step will open up, and from here choose the action application now as Google Meet. Okay, here in the action event select schedule a meeting option, click on connect here, and from this window select add new connection, then click on connect with Google Meet, and from this window it will ask for the Google account by which you are accessing Google Meet application. Select that. Okay, and provide the additional access to Pabbly Connect to make this connection. Click on continue. Okay, the authorization is successful and we are now connected. So, and here it is asking the calendar's name, so you can select the calendar's name on which you can see the scheduled meetings. And here is my Google Calendar application, and here I have this calendar created named as Pabbly Connect integrations. So select, I am selecting this calendar only from this list, Pabbly Connect integrations, and here it is asking about the summary of the meeting. So in the summary you can put the summary as new integration discussion meet. Okay, so we are going to discuss about new type of integrations with our lead, and the description is this meeting is for discussing user requests on new integrations. Okay, you can put any description according to you. Okay, so this is a common description I am adding here for my leads, and here it is asking the start date and time, the end date and time. So we are going to use the previous steps where we have converted the time. So just click here and you will see these three previous steps, and from the second step where we have added 1 hour to the date time that we have received, we are going to map this result label to enter here the start time. For the end time, use the third step and map the end time. Attendees email. So guys, here we are going to send an email to the person who's data we have received from the lead at forms, and we are going to send the email telling him that you have a meeting scheduled with us. So you will find the attendees email from the first tab, guys, where we have captured the data from Facebook lead ads. Here you can see we have this email. So I'm going to map this email label here in this field. Okay, so map the email label from the first tab, and here it is. Okay, so request ID. So request ID, you should generate this ID for every new request. If an ID provided is the same for the previous request, the request is ignored. So if you want to provide the request ID, you can provide the ID here. For now, I'm leaving this blank. You can use this field also. Okay. Now you can check your connection with Google Meets application by clicking on Save and Send Test Request, and you will see a new meeting scheduled here in this calendar. Okay. And guys, when you map the data like this, what will happen, as and when you receive a new lead from Facebook lead ad, these labels is going to change and a new meeting will be scheduled according to the labels in a new time and with a new person. Okay, so you have to map this data. This is an important thing. Let's check our connection. I'm clicking on Save and Send Test Request. Okay, this is the response we have received. Let us check in the calendar if we got the data, and here you can see Saturday 7th May we got a new meeting scheduled at 2:18 p.m. Name of the meeting is New Integration Discussion Meet. This is the invitee. This is the description. This meeting is for discussing user requests on new integration. So these are the same things that I have mapped and entered here in Pabbly Connect, and this is how it is going to work. Let me show you how the email will appear of the attendee also. So guys, this is how the email will appear. You can see new integration discussion meet. This is the agenda. This is the date and the time. Okay, and you have been invited to the following event. Okay, so from here the lead can confirm about this meeting and attend the meeting as well. Okay, so this is how it is going to work. And guys, we are done setting up this automation, and you have to set up this automation only once. After that, it is going to run automatically. After that, as and when you are going to receive any lead from the Facebook, the meeting will be scheduled, and you can see that on your calendar. And the best part is you can use the same workflow that I have created, because I'm going to paste the link of the same workflow in the description so that you can clone it in your own free Pabbly Connect account and start using this automation instantly.
Hello everyone, so in this video we will learn how to share meeting details from Google Calendar to WhatsApp automatically. So you obviously know Google Calendar is a scheduling and time management software, and WhatsApp is a messaging platform. So what you want to do here is you have added a meeting called as chemistry class on your Google Calendar, just imagine. And you have also added the location, time, and even the details of the person who will be attending this meeting. So the idea is that once this meeting is scheduled on Google Calendar, the attendee will be receiving a notification message on WhatsApp automatically. But the issue here is there is no active connection between Google Calendar and WhatsApp. So in cases like these, we have to bring an integration and automation software called as Pabbly Connect that will integrate Google Calendar and WhatsApp. The best part of using Pabbly Connect is a person without any technical background can perform this integration easily. Now before I show you the steps, how about we begin with a real-time example? Okay, so this is my Google Calendar, and what I'm going to do here is I'm going to schedule an event. And once the event is scheduled, the person who will be the guest of this event, or the person whose this event is scheduled for, the same person will be getting an SMS from me. So let us schedule an event. So the event has been scheduled from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. And the name of the event is Chemistry Doubt Solving. Chemistry Doubt Solving class. Okay. And let me just add a location. So it will be, let's say, in Paris. Okay, let's go with Paris. And here I'm going to add the name of the person. So Henry Truman. Okay. This is his phone number. Now remember this, I'm following a certain format. I'm adding the name of the event here, and this is the location name, and of course this is the person who will be bringing whom this event is scheduled for, and this is his phone number. Okay. Now the reason I'm using this particular format is because we have to work with a particular format in Vati. Vati is a software to send the WhatsApp message. So let me just click on save. Okay, if you don't understand, it's totally fine. The reason why we are following this format, I will explain you in detail later. So the event has been scheduled. So it is scheduled from 9 a.m. and it has been titled Chemistry Doubt Solving Classes. So now let me just show you the WhatsApp message that Henry Truman has received on his cell number. Okay, so this is the message that Henry Truman has received. Dear Henry Truman, at 28/9/2021, that is 28th September 2021 at 9 a.m. you will have a scheduled appointment, and this is on chemistry doubt solving class, and we will see you 15 minutes in advance at our meeting in Paris, so and so. So you must be thinking, how did I do it? How did I manage to send the data from our Google Calendar to WhatsApp messaging platform called as Vati? So here we are using Pabbly Connect that will integrate Google Calendar and Vati. Now before I show you the steps, how about a small perspective how this integration is going to work? Okay, so in the first step, you're basically going to integrate Google Calendar to Pabbly Connect. Now in the second step, you're going to send the data from Google Calendar into Pabbly Connect. So using the same data, you are going to compose a message and send it using WhatsApp messaging platform called as Vati. So the purpose of building this integration is anytime a new event is created in Google Calendar, automatically the attendee will be receiving the message on his WhatsApp number. Okay, so to begin the process, in the new tab, just type pabbly.com, 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 press enter. Okay, so this is the website of pabbly.com. All you have to do is just click on sign up for free. Here you can build your own account in just 2 minutes. In my case, I have already built an account, so I will be directed to the app section of Pabbly. So this is the app section of Pabbly. Let me just scroll down and here you will find connect. Just click on access now. Okay, so at the top right corner, you will find a button, create workflow. Click this. A dialog box appears in front of you. It is asking you to give a name to this workflow. So I'm planning to give it as Google Calendar. Google Calendar to WhatsApp. Of course, you can give any name according to your choice. And let me just straight away click on create. So when you click on create, you will find 2 windows, the trigger window as well as the action window. Now I want to send the data from Google Calendar. So let me just add Google Calendar. Google Calendar it is. Now in the trigger event, how about we make it as event created or new event? Okay, this one. Simply just click on connect. We are going with a new connection. Just click on connect with Google Calendar. Okay, my Google Calendar is present in this email account. So I'm selecting this one. Okay, so now Pabbly Connect wants access to this account. So before I press continue, let me just remind you something. Pabbly Connect doesn't take any chances with your data. Your data is 100% safe and secure with us. So on the basis of that trust, let me just straight away press continue. Brilliant. The authorization is successful. So as you can see, we have a field called as calendar. And when we click here, you will find all the calendars that is present in this particular calendar. Okay, in this particular calendar account. For instance, these are all the calendars we have. Okay, all the calendars that is present here is being reflected here. Now, let's say I'm interested in working with this calendar, okay, events and SMS. So I can change it to event and SMS. Now, what if I want to create a new calendar? Okay, so let me just add a new calendar, create a new calendar. The name of the calendar is Awesome New Events. Okay, so this is the name of the calendar, Awesome New Events. Let me just straight away click on create calendar. So the calendar is getting created. Once the calendar is created, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to Pabbly Connect and I'm going to refresh that field. So the calendar has been created. Let me just go back. Okay, let me just uncheck these calendars. We have to focus on only one particular calendar, that is Awesome New Events. So now what we're going to do here is we have to make sure we actually also make changes in Pabbly Connect. Okay, we have to change the calendar to Awesome New Calendar. So I'm just going to click on refresh. So I can expect to find this newly created calendar in the drop down because Pabbly Connect is integrated with Google Calendar. So I'm selecting this one and simply just click on save and send test request. Now when I click on save and send test request, it will fetch me the data of the recently created event. Now, since this calendar, that is awesome new event, is a newly created calendar without any new event, it is showing the response as null because no event has been created in this particular calendar. So that is why I'm going to create a new event in this particular calendar. Okay, so let me just schedule this calendar, schedule an event for October 20th. Okay, so the event will be from 9:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. So it will be on English grammar. Okay, English grammar 101. And instead of adding the guest here, I'm planning to add the guest name here. So we will be bringing the student or the guest as Terry Mosby. So this is the name of the guy. Okay, and after giving a space, I'm putting a plus sign and also entering the phone number. So this is the cell number of Terry Mosby. So this is the WhatsApp number also of Terry Mosby. Now the reason we are following this format is because now we are going to work with VATI. VATI is the official software to send the WhatsApp message. Now VATI demands a particular format to send the messages. So that is why we have to stay in touch with that particular template. Okay, so that is why we have to work with this particular form. So here I'm in the description, I'm going to enter the person's name who will be attending the event and his phone number. Now make sure that you stick to this particular format. Okay, if you're going to create a format, make sure that you enter the details of the event in that particular format only. Otherwise there will be problem of sending the data. Okay, so let me just add a location. The location is Delhi. Delhi it is. Okay, so what's next? So all we have to do at this point is just click on save. So an event has been scheduled. So once I go to Pabbly Connect and when I click on save and send test request, it will fetch me the data of the recently created event. In our case, the recently created event is of English grammar. So let me just show you the magic after. Oh yes, as you can see, we have some details this time. Okay, the event is English grammar 101. The location is Delhi. Okay, and this is the creator email address. This is something I have shown you. And this is the calendar name, awesome new events. Okay, this is the start date. Okay, that is something you can recognize. And also there is something else. Is there something else? I think there should be the, okay, yeah, this is the location, that is Delhi. So we have got all the details. Now what? Now, as you can see, where is the person's name? I'm sorry, where is the description? Okay, yeah. So this is the description. The person who will be attending the event and his cell number. So what we're going to do here is next, I'm going to split both of them. Okay, we want individual data fields. We have the name of the person and also the cell number. Now, if you don't split the data fields, we can't isolate and put this cell number into SMS or WhatsApp sending apps like Vati. So that is why I have to isolate the cell number, also the name also. So what I'm going to do here is just follow my steps. Okay, I'm just going to click on this action window and I'm going to select text formatter. Text formatter it is. Now in the action event, how about we make it as split text? Split text. Okay, simply just click on connect. Now the reason why we have introduced this action window is we want to split the name and the phone number. Okay, so let me just introduce the text to split. So we click here, and let me just show you all the data that we have received from the trigger window. So this is the description, Terry Mosby plus 91. So this is the same data that is present here. Okay, this is the same data description, Terry Mosby plus and the phone number. So let me just click here. Okay, I'm just going to click here. Okay, excellent. Now what we are going to do here is we are going to isolate the name, that is Terry Mosby, and we are going to isolate the phone number from 91. Okay, now what we're going to do here is I'm just going to introduce a separator. Now the separator, if you can see, is the plus sign. Okay, so let me just click here. Okay, and let me just add the plus sign. If you're not understanding it, it's totally fine. In a minute you will understand. Now I'm going to change the segment index as all. Okay, just click on save and send test request. As you can see, the response is a positive one. We have the response as Terry Mosby. So this is the response, Terry Mosby. Okay, this is the name that we have isolated. We have also isolated the phone number. So we have isolated the name, we have also isolated the phone number. That was the plan. Okay, so what's next? Now there is a problem we have. Okay, now this is in a very clumsy format that we have received the time. Okay, so this is the time that we have received. So what we're going to do here is we have to change this in a very human readable format. At present it has this year, month, day, and then hours, minutes, and second format. This is kind of wrong. So we actually have to change into a very human readable format. And first of all, what we're going to do here is this particular section has two elements. The first element is for the date. The second element is for the time. Okay, so first we are going to isolate the date as well as the time, and then we are going to transform it into something better. So let me just introduce one more action window. Just follow my lead. It's too easy. Okay, so we are going with format date with time zone, because there is a time zone. Okay, so as you can see, this is the time zone. Okay, I'm sorry, not this one. Okay, this is the time zone. So there is a thing of time zone. That is why we have to go with date with time zone. Simply just click on connect. Okay, now in the first step, what we are going to do here is we are going to work with date. Now in the second action window, we are going to work with time. Don't worry, it's very easy. Okay, so let me just add the start date. Okay, so let me just map the start date time. Okay, so we have mapped it. Now I'm working from India, so we are using the time zone as Asia Kolkata. Asia Kolkata it is. Excellent. Now the format I want is a very simple one. Okay, that is day, month, and year. Okay, this one, day, month, and year. Okay, and again, once again, the format that we want is Asia Kolkata. So easy. Just click on save and send test request. And as you can see, we have the result. Okay, so as you can see, we have the result in day, month, and year format. We have basically converted this into this. Okay, now what we are going to do here is, as you can see, we also have the time in a very clumsy format: hours, minutes, seconds, and milliseconds, and along with that time zone. So this is kind of looking clumsy as well as dumb. So let me just format this also. So let me introduce one more action window, and here I'm going to add datetime formatter. Datetime formatter it is. Okay, so now in the action event, simply just make date, format date with time zone. Just simply click on connect. Okay, now once again, we are going to map the date. So if you don't know the date, this is the date. Okay, so now the time zone that we are working is Asia Kolkata. Okay, and we have to keep it as Asia Kolkata only. Now the format that we prefer is hours and minutes. Okay, so let's explore hours and minutes, this one. So we do have some choices that do we want the AM PM format or simply hours and minutes. So we are going with this one. Okay, and Asia Kolkata it is once again. So what we're going to do here is we are going to convert this particular time in a very human readable type of format. So let me just click on save and send test request. That is 9:30. Awesome. 9:30 AM. Now remember this is the same time of the start date as well as the start time. Okay, that we have entered in Google Sheets while we were creating or scheduling the event. Now we are going to deal with finally with Vati. Now remember this, Vati is the software that we are using to send the WhatsApp message. So let me just introduce Vati. So let me just click here. Now in the choose app, let me just add Vati. Vati it is. Okay, so now in the action event, how about we make it as send template message, this one, and simply just click on connect. We are going with a new connection. So here we have to enter the API endpoint, the access token. Okay, there are two fields that we have to enter: API endpoint and access token. So what are these? So let me just straight away take you to Vati, and there must be instruction how to get API token as well as the endpoint. So we have to go to the API docs and find your API endpoint. So easy. So we just click here. Okay, we go to the API docs. Okay, here we'll find the API access token and the API endpoint. So I'm just going to copy the API endpoint and I'm just going to paste it here. Okay, that's done. After that, we are going to work on the access token. So this is the access token. I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. Easy. Just click on save. Okay, so the connection has been made. So now what we're going to do here is, first of all, we are going to mention the WhatsApp number. So if you remember, this is the number that we had isolated. Okay, so let me just show you the number that we had isolated, and this number came from here. Okay, so where is the number? Okay, so this is the number that we had isolated. So I'm just going to simply click here. Okay, and I'm just going to click here the second accordion, and I'm just going to map the phone number or the WhatsApp number. Now comes the most important part. Okay, the template. Now I want to work with the template that is appointment details. So what are these template? Now these are the predefined template. Let me just show you in Wati account. So what are these templates? So these are the template messages that we have. So using these templates, we can actually create a message. Now I'm interested in working with the appointment details. So this is the template that I'm interested in working with, appointment details. So this is how the template will look like. Okay, so this is the template. That's how it will look like. Dear, and here the name of the person will come. On date, okay, here date will come. On time, here the time will come. The meeting name, the event name will come. Again, once again, we are going to add the date as well as the location. Okay, so using this particular template, we are going to create a message, and this message will be sent to the person that we have added or scheduled when we had scheduled the event on Google Calendar. I hope it is getting clear. So this is the template. So what we're going to do here is, let me just go to Pabbly Connect. Okay, and we have of course enter the template as appointment details. Now in case of the broadcast name, I'm just going to enter the broadcast name. So what's the broadcast name? So when we will be sending the SMS, we have to make sure that all these SMS come from a very different sources. For instance, I will be sending the data from Shopify. Okay, WhatsApp message. So I will be adding the broadcast message, something like Shopify message. Now, if I adding the data, I'm sending the data from Google Calendar, so I will be sending it as event message or Google Calendar message. So my point is this broadcast name is just simply a way to identify when you're just going to check the messages that you have sent. So I'm just going to name this as event message. You can give any name according to your choice. It's totally on you. Okay, so what is custom parameters? Now to explain custom parameters, let me just show you live. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is, as you can see, there are some codes here. I'm just going to copy this. Okay, I'm going to paste it here. So easy. Okay, so as you can see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fields. Okay, 1 name, 2 date, 3rd is time, 4th is meeting name, 5th is date, and once again we have location. So technically, since date and date are same, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. We only have 5 fields. Okay, name, date, time, meeting name, and location. 5 fields. So that is why I'm just going to enter a comma first. Okay, and once again I'm just going to add the same codes that I have copied from below, and I'm going to paste it here. Total 5 of them. Okay, because there are 5 fields. Okay, that is why I have added 5 of them. Now we are going to deal with the first field, that is the name. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this, Control C, I have copied it, and I'm going to paste it here. I'm just going to remove color and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, so here dear and the name of the person who I will be bringing along as a guest will come. So in the value, I'm just going to remove this. If you remember, the name of the person was Terry Mosby and we have mapped it. So here the name, that is Dear Terry Mosby, will come. I hope it is getting clear now. Now we have the second one, that is color. Okay, I'm sorry, not color. The second field is for the date. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this. First, let me just copy the field name, that is date. I'm just going to copy this, and after that I'm going to paste it here after removing color. So easy. And after that, let me just add the value of the date. Now the value of the date was 22 October or something, 20th October 2021, and we have mapped it. Then we have the name. Okay, so once again I'm just going to deal with, this time we are going to deal with time. I'm just going to copy this. Okay, remove color, paste it here, and I'm just going to add the time. Okay, so this is the time. Okay, I'm sorry, this is the time, and we have mapped it. Okay, now we have to deal with one more thing, that is actually, I'm sorry, two more things, that is meeting name as well as location. We have already dealt with date. Okay, so meeting name. So once again, I'm just going to copy this meeting name, and after that, I'm just going to remove this. I'm going to paste it here. I'm just going to remove this, and I'm going to add the meeting name. Now, if you remember, the meeting name was something related to English grammar. Okay, so this is the one, and we have mapped it. Okay, once again, let me just remove this. So this will be for the last one, that is, I think, location. So let me just copy the location code. Okay, let me just copy this properly. I have copied it. Okay, I'm going to paste it here. Let me add the location now. So the location, I think, was Paris. Oh, I'm sorry, it was Delhi. Okay, so we have filled all the custom parameters. So the value Terry Mosby will come here. Okay, dear Terry Mosby. And then the second value, that is 20/10, that is 2021, will come here, and also here in the date. Okay, then we have the time. The time is this, that is 9:30, will come here. And the meeting name will come here, that is English Grammar 101. Okay, English Grammar 101. And the location, that is Delhi, will come here. Okay, so we are going to finally send the message. So let me do that. Let me just click on save and send test request. The response is a positive one. Now let me just straight away show you the message that Terry Mosby has received. So this is the screenshot of the WhatsApp message that Terry Mosby has received. The presence of this WhatsApp message indicates that we have a successful integration between Google Calendar and WhatsApp messages sending platform known as Wati. Now, before you leave, let me just explain you the whole mechanism in a nutshell. So let me just minimize this action window. Let me just minimize this action window. Let me just minimize this action window. Okay, this action window also. And finally, let me just minimize the trigger window. So basically, this is the whole process in a nutshell. First, you integrated Google Calendar to Pabbly Connect, and then you have introduced the text formatter. The reason we have introduced the text formatter is because we have to split the name as well as the phone number. Then we have introduced the datetime formatter to format the clumsy date into a human readable date. After that, you have once again introduced the datetime formatter to format the clumsy date into a human readable time. After that, you have introduced the Wati to send the WhatsApp message. So now there's a perfect flow of data between Google Calendar and WhatsApp messaging platform known as Wati. Hello everyone. So in this video, we will learn how to connect Google Calendar to Slack and send reminders on Slack. So let us begin with a small example. So as you can see, this is my Google Calendar. So I'm going to create an event in Google Calendar. And once the event is created in Google Calendar, a notification will arrive on my Slack channel. So let me just create a new event. Okay, so let us go for June 28, 2021. And let me just create a new event. And the name of the event is Upgrade New Files. Upgrade New Files. And it has been scheduled from 2:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. And we are going to add a guest. So I'm planning to add, let's say, this person. Okay. A person has been added. Her name is Sonam Rai. She has been added as a guest. And what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to click on save. Don't send. Okay, so a new event called as Upgrade New Files has been created and scheduled for June 28, 2021. Now the idea is that I will be showing you this notification, the notification related to this event on Slack. So let me just take you to Slack. Okay, so as you can see, we have a new notification on Slack. We have the notification as new event created. The event is Upgrade New Files. This is the event start date, that is 28th of June 2021. And this is the same event end date. And of course, we have also the attendee, or basically the guest. So there is something I have to tell you. Now, of course, it looks that once the event was created on Google Calendar, the data immediately came on Slack. But this is actually not true. I actually had to pause this video for 5 minutes so that the data arrives in Slack. This is an issue from Google Calendar because Google Calendar takes an appreciable amount of time to send the data. So you may also have to wait for 5 or 6 minutes before the data arrives in Slack. Okay, so you must be thinking, how did I do it? How did I manage to send the data from Google Calendar to Slack? So here I have used an integration and automation software called as Pabbly Connect that integrates Google Calendar and Slack. Now, the best part of this process is there is no need for coding skills or technical knowledge of these two apps. Now, there is something else I have to tell you. Now we are sending the data from Google Calendar to Slack, but with Pabbly Connect, you can send Google Calendar event notifications on similar messaging tools like WhatsApp, Twilio, Discord, etc. The process is almost the same. Okay, so in the new tab, just type pabbly.com. We are just trying to integrate Google Calendar and Slack. pabbly.com. Press enter. Okay, so this is the website of pabbly.com. Hover on products. And here you will find Connect. Just click on Connect. This is the landing page of Pabbly Connect, and I have already built an account in Pabbly Connect. You can also create your own free account in just 2 minutes. So let me just click on sign in. Okay, scroll down and here you will find Connect. Just click on access now. So at the top right corner, you will find a button, create workflow. Click this. A dialog box appears in front of you. It is asking you to give a name to this workflow. So how about I give it as Google Calendar and Slack. Google Calendar to Slack. Of course, you can give any name according to your discretion. It's totally up to you. And let me just click on create. So when you click on create, you will find 2 windows, the trigger window as well as the action window. So what are these? So basically the thing is, when we talk about automation in Pabbly Connect, it works on the principle of triggers and action. So the idea is that when the trigger says, when this happens, then do this. So the trigger in this case is when a Google Calendar event is created, the action will be a notification on Slack. So in the trigger window, we are going to select the choose app as Google Calendar. Okay, so basically we are going to create a new workflow to integrate Google Calendar and Slack. So you should also know this. After I have built this workflow, the link of this workflow will be available in the description box so that you can clone it and directly access it into your account. So Google Calendar it is. Now in the trigger event, how about we make it as new event? Now basically we do have a ton of trigger events like new event, new calendar, event started, event updated, and so on. All of them are a bunch of trigger events. But in case if you want more trigger events, approach the help section, click here. So you will be directed to Pabbly forums. And in the forums, you can make a request that you want so-and-so trigger events. Okay, so let me just cancel this. So the gist is, we want to receive the data when a new event is created in Google Calendar. So just click on connect. Now we are going with the new connection. Just toggle this up and just click on connect with Google Calendar. Okay, so these are the series of Gmail accounts I have. Okay, so I'm interested in this particular Google Calendar. Okay, and this Google Calendar is present in this account, in this Gmail account. So I'm selecting this one. Okay, so it is asking me to confirm my choice. So before I press allow, let me tell you something. Pabbly Connect doesn't take any chances with your data. Your data is 100% safe and secure with us. So on the basis of that trust, let me just press allow. Authorization successful, just press OK. So by default, it is showing a calendar. So this is the name of a calendar that is present in this particular Gmail account. And these are all the calendars that is present in that particular Gmail account. Now I'm interested in one particular calendar or how about I create a new calendar? Okay, so let me just create a new calendar. Let me just scroll down, click on this plus sign, and let me just create a new calendar. And the name of the calendar is, let's say, Slack notification. Of course, it's totally up to you. You can give any name according to your choice. I'm just giving it as Slack notification. So this is the name of the calendar, Slack notification. Click on create calendar. So the calendar is being created. So the idea is that since Pabbly Connect is integrated with Google Calendar, when we just click on refresh, it will show this newly created calendar in the drop down. I hope the calendar is created. Yes. So the calendar has been created. Let me just go back. So this is the newly created calendar, Slack notification. Okay, so let me just go to Pabbly Connect. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to click on refresh. So when I click on refresh, I can expect to find this newly created calendar in the drop down. So let me do that. Okay, so I have refreshed it. So let's explore. Do we have a calendar called as Slack notification? Yes, we do have it. Okay, so the idea is that when I click on save and send test request, it will fetch me the data of the recently created event in Google Calendar. Now, as you may remember, this is a newly created calendar. So when I click on save and send test request, it won't fetch me any data. Let me show you. Okay, so the response is null. This is because there is no event on this particular calendar. So I'm going to create a new event. So the event has been scheduled for July 2nd, and the event is upgrade Macintosh. So this is the newly created event, and it has been scheduled from 2:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. and we are going to add a guest. So how about this guy, Sheldon Hofstadter? Okay, so this is the name of the person, Sheldon Hofstadter, and let me just click on save. Okay, so we are ready. Okay, don't send. So a new event, that is upgrade Macintosh, has been created for July 2nd, 2021. So an event has been created. So when I click on save and send test request, it will fetch me the data of this particular event, because this particular event is a recently created event. Let me do that. Okay, so now we do have the details of this event. So this is the event, okay, basically the summary, that is upgrade Macintosh. And this is basically the creator email, okay. And this is the calendar name, that is Slack notification. And this is basically the guest email. And let's explore the start date as well as the due date. Okay, so this is the start date, okay, that is 2nd of July. And again, this we have the end date. Excellent. So what's next? So we are going to create or build a notification to be sent on Slack. Now we are going to use action window for that. So you click on this action window and you select the choose app as Slack. Slack it is. Now in the action event, how about we make it as send channel message without image, this one, and simply just click on connect. Now actually I have already logged into my Slack account. So let me just click on add new connection and let me just click on connect with Slack. Okay, so now it is asking me permission. So again, before you just press allow, let me tell you something. Pabbly Connect doesn't take any chances with your data. Your data is 100% safe and secure. So let me just press allow. Authorization successful, just press OK. Now we have some fields. The purpose of these fields is very simple. We are going to compose a message or a notification on Slack from the data that we have collected from Google Calendar via Pabbly Connect. So we have the channel as general. Now what I'm going to do here is, let me just show you all the channels that is present in my Slack account. So these are all the channels that is present in my Slack account. Now let me just show you all these channels. Okay, so these are all the channels. Now for your consideration, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a new channel. Okay, so let me just click on add channel, create a new channel, and the name of the channel, how about Google Calendar Events. Google Calendar Events. Okay, excellent. And let me just click on create. So we are going to add 4 people to this group. Let me just click on done. Okay, so we have created an awesome channel, that is Google Calendar Events. So the data will be sent to this particular channel. Okay, so a channel has been created. We have added 4 people. Let me just go to Pabbly Connect and let me just click on refresh. So when we click on refresh, I can expect to find this newly created channel in the drop down. So let's have a look. Do we have this channel Google Calendar Events, Google Calendar Events, Google Calendar? Yes. Okay, so this is the channel. So we will be sending the Slack notifications on this particular channel. Now we have the message type as plain text. So let's keep it as plain text only. Now, how about we compose a very simple message? So the message is something like new event created. Awesome. And I'm planning to enter the rest of the details in adjacent, in alternating lines. Okay, in new lines, I'm sorry. So that is why I'm just going to put /n. Okay, so basically it will create a new line. So name of the event, colon, and let me just map the event. Now remember this, we have received the data of the event, that is basically, I think, upgrade Macintosh. So where is that event name? Where is that event name? Let me just scroll up. Okay, yeah, so this is basically the event name, upgrade Macintosh. Okay, so we are going to map that particular detail here. So we click here and let me just map the detail summary. Okay, and we have mapped it. Now we are going to enter the name of the invitee or the attendee or the guest in the new line. So the guest is I think it was Sheldon Hofstadter. Okay, so this is the one email and we have mapped it. Easy. Then we have in the new line the start date. Now the start date as well as the due date are basically the same. That is 2nd of July, but the timings are different. So let me just scroll down. Yes, this is the start date time. Okay. And again in a new line, let me just enter the end date time. End date. Okay. So let me just map the end date time. So this is the end date time. Okay. Now we have composed a fresh new message, and let me just add a bot name. My name is Michael, and the messages will be sent on via this particular bot name, that is Michael. We don't have any data regarding the bot icon, but if you want any bot icon, the image of a bot icon, you just paste the URL of the image that you want. But I'm not going to do that. So this is the bot name. We have the message type as plain text, and we have the channel as Google Calendar events. So when I click on save and send test request, it will send this data to this particular channel, Google Calendar events. So let me do that. Let me just click on save and send test request. Okay, so the response is a positive one. So let's have a look. Okay, yes, we do have the notification, new event created. Name of the event is Upgrade Macintosh, guest is sheldon45@gmail.com. This is the start date and this well is the end date. Excellent. So the presence of this data shows that we have a successful integration between Google Calendar and Slack. Now before you leave, let me just explain you the whole mechanism in a nutshell. So let me just minimize this action window and let me just minimize the trigger window. So basically this is the whole process in a nutshell. First you integrated Google Calendar to Pabbly Connect, and after that you have integrated Pabbly Connect to Slack. So now there's a perfect flow of data between Google Calendar and Slack. Hello everyone. So in this video we will learn how to automatically save successful Razorpay orders in Google Sheets and ConvertKit, and also add registrants to Zoom meeting. So let us begin with a small example. So as you can see, this is my Razorpay checkout page, and a person called as Selenia Gomez is going to fill some details and make her payment. And once the payment is made on this checkout page in Razorpay, the details of the payee will be added here. Furthermore, she will be added as a subscriber in ConvertKit, and also she will be added as a registrant in a particular Zoom meeting. So let us begin the experiment. So we have a person called as Selenia Gomez. The first name is Selenia, the last name is Gomez. This is the email address starbuck123@gmail.com, and this is of course the phone number, and this is the amount that she's going to pay. And let me just click on pay, 1300. So she's going for card, so these are the card details. So Selenia Gomez is now going to enter her CVV and pay. Skip saving card and success. Okay, so a payment of 1300 has been made by a person called as Selenia Gomez. Now the idea is that the details of Selenia Gomez will be added in Google Sheets. So yes, as you can see, the details of Selenia Gomez has been automatically added in Google Sheets. We have the name, that is Selenia Gomez. We have the email starbuck123@gmail.com. This is the phone number, this is the amount, and this is the payment ID. Now let me just take you to ConvertKit, and let me just refresh this page, okay, the subscribers page. And as you can see, we do have a new subscriber called as Selenia, and this is her email address starbuck123@gmail.com. Furthermore, there is a session, there is a meeting called as Yoga Session 101, and in this particular session she will be added as a registrant. So let's have a look. Do we have a registrant? Nope, we don't have the registrant. Let me just refresh this. So let me just once again click on view. Yes, we do have Selenia Gomez as a registrant in Zoom meeting. So you must be thinking, how did I do it? How did I manage to send the data from Razorpay to Google Sheets to ConvertKit as well as Zoom? So here I have used an integration and automation software called as Pabbly Connect that integrates Razorpay, Google Sheets, ConvertKit and Zoom. Now the best part of using Pabbly Connect is there is no need for coding skills or programming knowledge. Okay, so let us begin the process. So in the new tab, just type pabbly.com, 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 press enter. So this is the website of pabbly.com. Just hover on products and here you will find connect. Just click on connect. Okay, so all you have to do is just click on sign up for free, build your account in 2 minutes. In my case, I have already built an account, so let me just click on sign in. So this is the app section of Pabbly. All you have to do is scroll down and simply just click on access now in the connect app. Okay, so at the top right corner, you will find a button, Create Workflow. Click this. A dialog box appears in front of you. It is asking you to give a name to this workflow. I'm planning to give it as Razorpay to Google Sheets to ConvertKit to Zoom. Okay, and let me just click on Create. So when you click on Create, you will find two windows, the trigger window as well as the action window. So what's the deal with the trigger window as well as the action window? So when you're talking about automation in Pabbly Connect, it works on the concept of triggers and action. The trigger generally means if statement. It asks a question, if this happens, then what should be done? For example, if a new payment is captured or a new payment is made in Razorpay, then what action should be taken by the system? Now, with regards to the action can be anything from adding data into Google Sheets or creating a customer or a subscriber in ConvertKit or creating a registrant in Zoom. So technically, we will be having 3 more action windows. Okay, so using these trigger windows as well as the action window, we are going to create a workflow to integrate Razorpay to Google Sheets to ConvertKit to Zoom. Now, there is something else I have to tell you. After I have built this workflow, I will make sure the link of this workflow is available in the description box so that you can clone it and directly access it into your account to begin your automation journey right now. Okay, so in the trigger window, we are going to select the Choose app as Razorpay because that's basically the trigger. Because when a payment is made in Razorpay, it has to send the data to Pabbly Connect. Now in the trigger event, how about we make it as payment captured? Payment captured it is. Okay, so payment captured is a trigger event. So we obviously have a ton of trigger events. As you can see, these are all the trigger events. But in case if you want more trigger events, just approach the help section. Okay, so when you click on the help section, you will be directed to Pabbly forums, and here you can make a request that you want so and so trigger events or even the action events. So at present, I'm just going to cancel this. So the gist is we are going to receive the data in Pabbly Connect when a payment is captured in Razorpay. So what I'm going to do here is I'm straight away taking you to Razorpay. So this is the dashboard of Razorpay, and as you can see, these are all the payment pages we have. So basically, to integrate Razorpay to Pabbly Connect, first of all, let me just scroll down, and here you will find settings. At the left bottom, you will find settings. Click on settings. Okay, so we actually have a detailed instruction. So first of all, we have to go to settings and webhook. Okay, so first we have reached the settings page, and as you can see, we have an option called as webhook. In my case, I have already added 4 webhooks. For your consideration, I'm going to add a new webhook. Okay, so what's next? Then we have to set up a webhook, and this can be done after pasting the webhook URL. So here we have to paste the webhook URL. So to get the webhook URL, so this is the webhook URL you want. You just copy this and simply paste it here. Okay, now what? Now we have to make sure the payment type is payment captured. Okay, so what about them? The secret and the alert email. So the secret and the alert email can be left empty. We don't really have to do anything about it. Now this is the most important part, the active event. Now it is mentioning that we have to select the active event as payment captured. So payment captured it is, we have selected it, and simply just click on create webhook. So it is showing the webhook has been saved successfully. This basically means we have a successful integration between Razorpay as well as Pabbly Connect. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to go to the payment pages, and I'm going to make a payment. Okay, for example, we have a checkout page, online courses. So I'm just going to copy the URL of this particular payment page, okay, and open this in a new tab. Now the idea is that only if a payment of 1300 is made, then only the data should flow to Zoom as well as Google Sheet as well as ConvertKit. But as you can see, we do have a ton of checkout pages for very different amounts. For instance, we have this checkout page. Okay, so let me just copy this and open this in a new tab. Okay, so here by default it is showing the amount as 150, but here it is showing 1300. Similarly, we have different checkout pages, different payment pages for different amount. So the idea is that only if a payment of 1300 is made, then only the person will be added to a Zoom meeting. Furthermore, then only the person will be added to a Google Sheet and also added as a subscriber in ConvertKit. So what we're going to do here is we are going to also establish the filters. So we are actually going way forward. First of all, let's make some entry here. So we have a person called as Tom. So the first name is Tom, the last name is Cruz. This is the email address, and this is basically the phone number. Okay, and the amount he's willing to pay is 1300. And let me just click on pay. Then we have card. So these are the card details of Tom Cruise. And let me just click on pay 1300. Skip saving card. And just click on success. So a payment has been made by a person called as Tom Cruise. Okay, so as you can see, the payment is of 1300. Now, since Pabbly Connect is integrated with Razorpay, let's have a look whether Pabbly Connect has captured this detail or not. Yes, we do have the details. The event is payment captured. Okay, so this is something important. And the payload payment entity status is showing it as captured. Now, the important thing you have to note here is the payment was made of 1300, but it is showing something like 1,30,000 or something. As you can see, 2 extra zeros has been added here. Okay, so the problem here is when the data was sent by Razorpay, it actually added 2 extra zeros. Basically, it removed the decimal point. So what we have to do is, first of all, we actually have to get rid of these 2 extra zeros, because here it is showing 1,30,000, but the payment was made of 1300. So this is kind of wrong. So before we enter the details into Google Sheets, ConvertKit or Zoom, we actually have to trim the amount. And this is how you trim the amount. In the action window, you basically just select the app as API by Pabbly. This one, okay. The process is we are just trying to trim the amount, okay. I hope it is getting clear. And just follow my step. Now the action event, you have to keep it as get. We do have a ton of action events, but we have to keep it as get. Now we have to fix the endpoint URL. So this is the endpoint URL. Let me add the endpoint URL. Okay, so this is the endpoint URL. So you must be thinking, where should I get the endpoint URL? So I will add this in the description box. You do have to enter the endpoint URL, okay? Otherwise this system won't work. Then we have the authentication. Let's keep it as no authentication. Okay, we have to keep it as no authentication. And also let's add a parameter. The parameter here is, I'm just going to manually type amount, or in my case, I'm just going to just add amount. And the value was, if you remember, it was 1300. Okay, and it is showing it as 1,30,000. So we are going to map that particular detail here. And this is how you map it. You click here and you just add the amount. Okay, so as you can see, this is the payment amount. So the idea is that when I click on save and send test request, it will actually trim the amount. Okay, so at present it is 1,30,000. It will trim the amount to 1300. Let me show you the magic. Okay, so the status, it is showing success. The amount as 1300. So that's good. So what's next? So here is the thing. As you can see, we do have a ton of checkout pages, ton of payment pages, and each of these payment pages is for different payment amount. We have 150, we have 1300, we have 7000. So the idea is that the data should only flow when the payment is made of 1300 only. Okay, so that is why we are going to establish the filter. So the filter is something like this. You click on the action window. Okay, so here you will find filter by Pabbly. You click this. And we are going to establish 2 filters. So the first filter is the payment is captured. Okay, so obviously the data should only flow when the payment is captured. There can be instances when the payment was cancelled or payment was put on hold. We only want the data when a payment is captured. At the same time, the payment was made of 1300 only. So that is why, first of all, we are going to make sure the event is payment captured. So let me just scroll down, and here you will find captured. Okay. Payload payment entity status, that is captured. This is something you get from here. Okay, so let me just show you. Okay, payment entity status, that is captured, is equal to captured. Okay, captured. Now that's the first condition, that is payment entity status is captured. In case it shows something like payment entity status as cancelled, the data won't flow. Okay, I hope it is getting clear. Now the second condition is the payment when captured, it should be only of 1300. So once again, we are just going to click here, and the event is, again, let me just go to the trigger. Okay, I'm sorry, the trigger, it should not be from trigger, because we have the trigger accordion as 1,30,000, which is kind of wrong. We want the amount that is 1300. Okay, not 1,30,000. 1300. Amount 1300 is equal to 1300. For instance, if someone makes a payment of 150, it will show the amount as 150, which is actually not equal to 1300, and the data will not flow. Okay, I hope it is getting clear. So at this point, since both of these conditions are true, the payment entity status is captured is equal to captured, the amount is 1300 is equal to 1300. So when I click on save and send test request, it will definitely fetch me the data that this event is true. So let me just click on save and send test request. Yes, the status is success, the message is condition is true. So we have established the condition that only when the payment of 1300 is made, then only the data should flow to Google Sheets, ConvertKit, and make a registrant in a Zoom meeting. So first of all, we are going to deal with Google Sheet. So we are going to select the app as Google Sheet. Google Sheets. Now in the action event, how about we make it as add new row and simply just click on connect. So we are going with the new connection and simply just click on connect with Google Sheets. Okay, so these are the series of Gmail accounts I have, and there are some things I have to tell you. First of all, why we have mentioned the action event as add new row. And as you can see, these are all the Gmail accounts I have. Now I'm interested in this account. So you're obviously thinking why. Now I'm planning to enter all the details in this particular Google Sheet. That is 1300 Razorpay data sheet, 1300 Razorpay data sheet. This is a new Google Sheet that I have made. And this Google Sheet is present in this account. Okay, so still I haven't told you why the action event is add new row. I will deal with that later. Let me just click on add on this particular Gmail account. It is asking me to confirm my choice. So before I press allow, let me just tell you something. Pabbly Connect doesn't take any chances with your data. Your data is 100% safe and secure with us. So on the basis of that trust, let me just press allow. Okay, so it is showing the authorization is successful. Just press OK. Okay, so as you can see, we have some set of fields. Okay, so first of all, we have to select the spreadsheet. By default, it is actually showing content marketing for SaaS software, but we want this sheet, that is 1300 Razorpay data sheet. So we are just going to click here. So as you can see, these are all the spreadsheet that is present in my Gmail account or my Google Drive account. So I'm interested in this particular Google Sheet, that is 1300 Razorpay data sheet. So I have selected it. Now we are going to select the sheet as sheet 1. So it is by default showing the sheet as sheet 1. This is because there is only one sheet, that is sheet 1. Okay, so why the action event is add new row? So the idea is that we are going to use Pabbly Connect to fill all these cells one by one. So these are the adjacent cells. And once these cells are filled, it will actually create a new row. Okay, I hope it is getting clear. So we have the same fields that we had in the old sheet. Okay, name, email, phone, amount, payment ID. So we have name, email, phone, amount, payment ID. So basically the same cells. And as you can see, all these columns, name, email, phone, amount, and payment ID is now reflected as fields. Okay, so we are going to start mapping one by one. If you remember correctly, the name was, I think, what was the name? I think it was Tom. Okay, so we have mapped it. So remember this is the data that we have received from the trigger window. Okay, so this was the trigger window, and here we have received the data that is Tom Cruise. Excellent. And then we have the email, and we are going to map the email. So the email was, what was the email? Okay, tomcruise123@gmail.com. In case of name, how about we add the full name? We only added the first name, so we can add the full name. We just enter a blank, and after that map the last name also. So the last name is Cruise. Okay. Then we have the phone number. So this is the phone number. Let me just add the phone number, and we have mapped it. Then we have the amount. So the amount data will be found in this particular accordion. Okay. We had trimmed the amount. The amount is 1300. The payment ID, once again, go to the first accordion, and this is the payment ID, and we have mapped it. So we have mapped sufficient details, actually all details. So all we have to do is to send this data, just click on save and send test request. So the data has been sent. So let's have a look. Okay, so we have the name, that is Tom Cruise. We have the email, we have the phone, we have the amount, and we have the payment ID. Excellent. So what's next? So now we are going to deal with ConvertKit. So we just press this window, press this plus button, and another action window appears. And in the choose tab, let me just add ConvertKit. ConvertKit it is. Now in the action event, how about we make it as tag a subscriber, and simply just click on connect. We are going with the new connection. Now we have to fill the API key as well as the API secret. Now these are the instructions you have to follow. First of all, you have to go to the ConvertKit account, and after that you have to go to the account setting. You can actually just click here and go directly to the account setting of ConvertKit. So I'm just going to take you directly, by going to the account. Okay, so this is the account settings. Okay, so this is the account settings page, and here you will find the API key and the API secret. So let me just remove the privacy. Okay, so this is the API secret and this is the API key. So let me just copy this and let me just paste it here. So this is the API key. Then we have the API secret. Let me just copy this and let me just paste it here. So we have the API key, we have the API secret. Let me just click on save. So when you click on save, you will have 3 fields: the tag, the email, the first name. So what's the tag? So basically these are all the tags that is present in my account. So let me just show you those. So these are all the tags that is present in my account. Now what if I create a new tag? The name of the tag is Razorpay data. This is a new tag, Razorpay data, and let me just click on save. Okay, so a new tag has been made. Now since Pabbly Connect is integrated with ConvertKit, when I click on refresh, I can expect to find this newly created tag in the dropdown. So this is a newly created tag, Razorpay data, and we have mapped it. So we have to enter the email. So if you remember correctly, so the email was Tom Cruise, okay, and we have mapped it, and it wants the first name, and we are going to easily map the first name. The first name is Tom, and we have mapped it. So at this point, to create a subscriber in ConvertKit, let me just click on save and send test request. So the response is a positive one. Excellent. So we are going to create a new registrant in Zoom. Again, we are just going to click on this action window. Okay. So when you click on this plus button, a new window, another action window has been created, and we are just going to select the app as Zoom. Then we are going to select the action event as add a meeting registrant, this one, and simply just click on connect. We are going with a new connection and just simply connect with Zoom. Okay, so it is showing the authorization is successful. Excellent. Now we have some fields, that is meeting, email address, first name, last name. So these are the required fields. Now in case of meetings, it is showing a ton of meetings. Now these are all the meetings that is present in my Zoom account. So let me just cancel this. Okay, so let me just show you all the meetings. So these are all the meetings we have. Okay, let me just go to the previous. So these are all the meetings that is present in my Zoom account is being reflected here, because Pabbly Connect at this point is integrated with Zoom. Now what if I create a new meeting? So I'm just planning to create a new meeting. So let me just click on schedule a meeting, and the name of the meeting is Yoga 102. Okay, so this is an advanced class. Okay, so yoga for advanced yoga. How about advanced yoga? Advanced yoga. Okay, so this will be held on 30th from 3 p.m. and make sure that the registration is required, and let me just click on save. Okay, so a new topic, a new meeting called as advanced yoga has been created. So when I click on refresh, I can expect to find this newly created meeting in the drop down. So yes, advanced yoga. So we are going to add a registrant to this particular meeting, and once again we are going to just keep on mapping. The email address is Tom Cruise. Okay, we have mapped it. The first name is Tom, I think. Tom, okay. Then we have the last name. The last name was Cruise. Where is Cruise? Okay. Okay, so we have sufficient details. We don't have the details of the address, city, or the country, so we are just going to ignore this. So at this point, all you have to do is just click on save and send test request to create our first registrant in this particular meeting, that is advanced yoga. So let me do that. Let me just click on save and send test request. Okay, so the response is a positive one. Our registration ID has been generated. So this means the data has been sent to Zoom. At present, it is showing the registrants as 0. So let me just refresh this. Okay, so now we have a registrant that is 1. So let me just click on view. Okay, so the registrant is Tom Cruise. Excellent. So the presence of this data confirms we have a successful integration between Razorpay, Google Sheets, ConvertKit, and Zoom. Now, before you leave, let me just explain you the whole mechanism in a nutshell. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to minimize this action window. 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 And of course, at the last, we have the trigger window and we have minimized it. So basically, this is the whole process in a nutshell. First, you integrated Razorpay to Pabbly Connect, and then you have added an action window of API by Pabbly to trim the amount. We had initial amount that is 1300, which was captured as 1,30,000. So we actually had to trim 2 zeros, and using this action window, we had trimmed the amount. Then you have established 2 filters. In filters, you have made 2 conditions. The first condition is the data should only flow where the payment is captured. The second condition is the payment should be only of 1300. After that, you have added the details of the payee in Google Sheet. Furthermore, you have tagged a subscriber. You basically added the payee as a subscriber in ConvertKit, and furthermore, you have added the payee as a registrant in Zoom. So now there's a perfect flow of data between Razorpay to Google Sheets to ConvertKit and Zoom.
Hey everyone, welcome back, and in this video you will learn to send meeting details or event details from Google Calendar directly and automatically to the attendee on the WhatsApp account automatically. So guys, Google Calendar is a scheduling and time management application, and here you can create events to see your upcoming schedule. And here we have taken the example of scheduling a meeting with anyone, and as you are going to create that meeting, a WhatsApp message will be delivered to the attendee of the meeting saying him or her that you have a meeting scheduled with this person at this time and at this date. Okay, so let me show you how this is going to look like. So guys, this will be the flow of this automation. Here, as and when an event or a meeting is going to be created here in Google Calendar, a WhatsApp message along with the meeting details are going to be delivered on the WhatsApp account of the person who is going to attend this meeting automatically. And to make this happen, we are using Pabbly Connect, which is an integration and automation tool. And the best part is anyone can set up this automation very easily without any coding skills or programming knowledge. So guys, let's set up this automation together. So to set up this automation, you need to reach the dashboard of Pabbly Connect first, and to reach here you have to use this link pabbly.com/connect, and we have pasted this same link in the description. And from here you can set up your free Pabbly Connect account in just 2 minutes, and you will get 100 free automation tasks for every new month. Okay, so sign up right now and log in to reach here on the dashboard. And here you have to click on this create workflow button to create a workflow of automation, and here you can give a relevant name to this workflow. So I am giving the name here as send event details from Google Calendar to WhatsApp. Okay, so you can give any relevant name. After giving the name, just click on this create button and you can see your workflow page is loading up. And on this page guys, you will see the trigger and the action. So automations work on these two things. So the trigger is the happening of that event which is going to trigger or start the workflow, and the action would be the response towards the trigger. As in this use case, the trigger would be creation of an event or a meeting inside Google Calendar, and the action towards that trigger would be to send the WhatsApp message to the attendee or the invitee. Okay, so first of all you have to set up this trigger here. So from this choose app field guys, you need to choose your trigger application, which is Google Calendar in our case. So search for Google Calendar here. This is it, select it. Okay, and in the trigger event guys, you have to select event new event option, so it will trigger this workflow when a new event is created. Okay, after that click on connect here, and from this window select add new connection, then click on connect with Google Calendar. Alright, and from this window you have to select that Google account by which you have created this calendar. So select that account, and from here you have to provide some additional access to Pabbly Connect. Just click on continue. Alright, and you can see we are getting connected with Google Calendar. Right, so we are now connected, and here it is asking in which calendar you are creating your meetings or your events. So guys, here you can create many calendars inside Google Calendars application. you can see I have created all these calendars. And for now, to show you the demo, I am using this modern coaching classes calendar. Okay, so here we have taken the example of a teaching institute or tuition institute, and here the teacher is going to create a class or a online class for any student. Okay, so here you can see you have to choose your calendar first from this list. So from here you can choose the name of your calendar, which is this modern coaching. So guys, now when you click on this save and send test request button, it will fetch the details of a most recently created event or meeting from Google Calendar. All right, so we are going to create a meeting here, and then we are going to fetch the details. So let's say I want to create a meeting or an online class for my student at 7th of June. Okay, so I'm clicking here, and let me add the title as doubt clearing session for, let's say, biology. Okay, right. So this is the events title, and this is the date, and you can add a time as well. So the time of this meeting is this here, start time. Okay, and this is the end time. This is a 1 hour meeting. All right, and here I am adding a guest, which is my student, and I have the details of my students here and also in my Google contacts. So these are my students. So from here only I am going to copy. Let me enter this person. Arun Shah is my student, so I am adding this person here. Okay, this is Arun Shah, and I have added here, right? And so we are done creating an event here, and I am going to click on save. And okay, it is asking, would you like to send invitation email? So if you want to send the invitation emails to your invitees, you can send it from here. Right now I'm clicking on don't send. Okay, and I'm saving the event. So you can see event got saved here at 7th of June, right? Let us capture the details of this event here in our workflow. So I'm clicking on save and send test request, and you can see the response got captured here, and you can see in the summary it is a doubt clearing session for biology. This is the creator's email, this is the organization's name, and this is the time zone, this is the start date time of the meeting and the end date time of the meeting, and here is the attendees email. Okay, so this is how we can capture the data from Google calendars of any meeting or any event. Okay, now guys, what I'm going to do, I want to send a WhatsApp message to my student now, telling him or her about this meeting that I have created, about this event. So for that we need to have the WhatsApp number of the student, and we have the numbers and all the details of the student here in Google contacts. Okay, so from here I'm going to fetch the contact details, and to do that I'm going to use this action step, and from here you need to search for Google Contacts application. This is it, and from here you have to search for an action event, which is search contact option. Okay, so you'll, when you scroll down here, you will find this search contact option selected, then click on connect, and from this window select add new connection, and here it is the button connect with Google Contacts. Click on it, and from this window guys, you need to select the Google account by which you have created Google contact, by which you are accessing Google Contacts. So I'm selecting the Google account, and then you have to give some additional access to Pabbly Connect. Just click on continue, and you can see we are getting connected with Google Contacts application, right? And here it is asking to search for a value. So guys, here I have added the contact details, and here I have also the Gmail or the email ID is also added here in Google Contacts. So with the help of this email ID that we have received in the first step, I am going to search for this contact. Okay, you can see in the first step we have received this email ID in the test data. So I'm going to use this label here in the search value. So just click here and you will see this Google Contact step in the drop down, and from here only I'm going to map the email ID of my student like this. Okay, and then click on save and send test request, and it will search for this email ID in Google Contacts and give you this kind of result in which you can get the full name of the person, the contact details, and here you will find the WhatsApp number also. Let me show you. So this is the phone number or the WhatsApp number that we needed. Okay, so guys, now we got the contact details as well, and now we want to send a WhatsApp message to this number regarding the meeting details or the event details. Alright, for that to happen, we are going to connect our WhatsApp's cloud API setup here in this action step. Okay, so just click on this plus icon, and from here you can connect your WhatsApp's cloud API. So before using this WhatsApp cloud API setup here in this action step, you need to set up that WhatsApp cloud API from here. From this developer.facebook.com, you have to create an app and you have to set up your own WhatsApp cloud API. And to do that, you can check the link that we have pasted in the description, from where you can see the videos in which we have thoroughly explained how you can set up your own WhatsApp cloud API. And after setting up the API, you need to create message templates, guys, to send messages on WhatsApp. And the message templates will look like this. Okay, so this is a message template we are using for this purpose. And to create a message template, you need to reach this page that I'm here, and from your application that you have created in developer section of Meta or Facebook, you will find this step, send messages with the API, and you can read here to create your own message template. Click here, and when you click on this here text, it will redirect you to this page, and in the message template section here you can create such all the message templates like these I have created. Okay, and this is a template I am using, and here you can see. So guys, templates are nothing but the predefined message structures that we are going to use to send messages to multiple people at a time on WhatsApp. Okay, so you need to create these message templates first here and get them approved. After that you can use them. So here you can see this is my message template, which is going to look like this in real time when I am going to send it on WhatsApp, like this. Hi Roger Benny, on this date at this time you have an appointment scheduled with us for your doubt session. We look forward to seeing you in 15 minutes advance at our institute. Okay, so this is the kind of message we are going to send, and here you can see. So here you can see we need to have this data to enter in a message. The name of the person to whom I am sending the message, the date of the appointment or the meeting, and the time of the meeting. Okay, so guys, you can see in our workflow we got the data of the person here in the second step, where we have retrieved the details of the from Google Contacts, and in the first step you can see we got the details of the meeting as this. The start time of the date is this in this format. Okay, so we need to change this format, guys, to get it converted in the format in which we can send this kind of message. So we need to have the date in this format YYMMDD, and we need to have the time as well. So I'm going to change the format of this date time that I have received, and to change the format I'm going to use a feature of Pabbly Connect which is called date time formatter. So from this action step, first of all I'm going to choose date time formatter, and in the action event I'm going to choose this format date with time zone option, then click on connect. Alright, and here it is asking the date which you want to format. So the date is here in the first step. You can see in the first step we have received the data of the start date and time of the meeting. Okay, so I'm going to use this label, and I'm going to map this label here in this date time formatter step. So to map it, just click here and you will see this first step, and from here map this start date time label like this. Okay, and now it is asking from which format you want to convert. So this is the format we have, YYMMDD, a T in between, then hours and minutes and seconds. So this is the format already selected. Okay, so no need not to change anything here. And here it is asking to which format you want this date now. So guys, we want this date in this format. You can see in the template YYMMDD. Okay, so here you have to select this. Okay, So here, this is the format YYMMDD. I'm selecting this, and now you have to choose the time zone in which you want to have the date and time. Okay, so our time zone is Asia Kolkata, guys. So from here, I'm going to choose Asia Kolkata. Okay, and in the to time zone, here you also have to select Asia Kolkata. So you need to select your time zone in which you are working. So we are working in Asia Kolkata time zone, so I have selected this. Now click on save and send test request, and you will see in this result label the date in the change format. Okay, so now we got the date as this, and now we want the time. So to get the time in the change format, we need to use this step. We need to actually use date time formatter again. So just click here on this plus icon, and you can select date time formatter again, or what you can do, you can clone this same step also. So to clone this step, just click here on this clone step button, and then click on clone now, and the same step will be cloned again, and you will see two date time formatters now. Okay, and in the next date time formatter, you have to keep this start date time as it is, from format as it is, and in the to format, now we want the time only, so you have to choose this one. Okay, what we want this hours and minutes format. Okay, we want the time only, so in this format I want this thing to change. Okay, and the time zone will be the same, so just click on save and send test request, and now you can see we got the result like this. So we got the time here, right? So now we are ready with the data to send a message on WhatsApp. So to send a message on WhatsApp, just click here on the plus icon, and from here select for WhatsApp's cloud API. This one is here, select it, and in the action event, send template message option. It's because we are using this template to send the message. Okay, then click on connect here, and from here select add new connection, and here it is asking for the token key, phone number ID, and the WhatsApp business account ID. So guys, as I have already told you that we have videos in the description in which you can see how to set up your own cloud API, and after setting up your cloud API, and when you open this application in the developer section of Meta, you will find this WhatsApp option here, and in the getting started section you will reach this page, and here you will get a temporary access token first. But guys, temporary access tokens expires in 24 hours, so you need to generate a permanent access token, and to do that you can click here on this here text. You can see in the instructions, when you click here on this here text, you will reach this forum page of Pabbly Connect, that is forum.pabbly.com, and here in the threads we have embedded the two videos in which you can see how to set up your WhatsApp cloud API inside Pabbly Connect, and how to generate the permanent access token for making the connections with WhatsApp cloud API. Okay, so you can see these things, and you can read the instructions along with the screenshots to make the connection. Okay, now guys, here you can see in this my connect message app I have in Meta developer section, I have this option here, send and receive message, and here is the phone number ID. Okay, so you have to copy that ID, paste it here, and you will find this WhatsApp business account ID also from here. Just copy this and paste it here like this, and when you generate your permanent access token, you have to keep it safe, and you have to paste it here, because generating permanent access token is a one-time task only. Once you get your permanent access token generated, you have to use the same token to make the connection again with Pabbly Connect. And making the connection here by this process, by filling these three things and clicking on save, is also a one-time process. Once you made a connection by filling these three things here and clicking on save, after that, when you want to make the connection again, you can use existing connections. Okay, so as I have already made a connection before in a different workflow by this process, so now I can use this existing connection option, and after selecting this, you can select your connection from here. You can see this is my existing connection. I'm selecting this, and now I just have to click on save, and you can see we are getting connected with Cloud API again. Okay, And now it is asking for the template's name that you are using to send the message. So I have already shown you my template. This is my template, appointment underscore detail. So you have to select that template from this list, and here it will show you all the templates that you have approved inside your developer section of Meta, okay, or your cloud API setup. So from here select the template, and after selecting the template, the language code and the template ID will be filled up automatically. And here it is asking for the recipient's mobile number or the WhatsApp number of the attendee, okay. So guys, here you can see in the previous tab we have used Google Contacts application to fetch out the contact details of our students. And here in this response section, sorry, not here, here in this response section we got the details of our student, like the contact details as this, okay. And here we got this label, this phone number value label, in which we got the WhatsApp number, okay. So I'm going to use this label, guys, to map it here, okay. So just click here, and from this Google Contacts step, map the phone number label or the WhatsApp number label, okay. So this is the WhatsApp number label, I am mapping it, and you have to enter this number in this format with a country code and without any plus sign, like this, okay. Now it is asking for these body fields 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So what are these body fields? Let me show you. So guys, here you can see in the appointment detail template that I have created, I have added the variable tags here inside the message body. This is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, this is 5 and this is 6. So these variable tags are called the body fields. So guys, these are the things which you need to enter here, which you need to add in the message body in strategic places, and these are the variables which are going to change with every new message, okay. As you can see, after hi, I want to have the name of the person to whom I'm sending the message, so that is going to change with every new message, and the date and the time of the meeting is also going to change and schedule with us for, and the title of the meeting can also change, okay, and the venue of the meeting can also change. So these are the variable things which you want to change. So to get these things change with every new message, you need to map the values of these body fields here in your workflow like this, okay. So here I am going to map the values of these fields. So let me click here on the first body field, and from this Google Contact search contact option, let me map the name of the person as this, okay. For the second body field, I am going to use this date time formatter step, in which we have formatted, in which we have changed the format of the date, and you will find this result label here, so map it. In the third body field, map this the result label from the fourth step, where we have changed the format of the time, okay, right. And here in the fourth body field, you need to enter the title of this whole thing, okay. So the title of the meeting, so you'll get the event details or the meeting details from the first step. From here only, map this summary, okay, like this. Fifth body field, here you have to map the enter the venue details. So here I am putting the name of my institute, so I am putting here Modern Coaching Institute manually, because this is going to be the same for this automation, okay. So you can enter things manually here, but the things you are entering manually are not going to change with new messages. The things that you are mapping here are going to change automatically, okay. So this will remain the same. And here in this next body field, let me check what we should enter on the last, okay, right. So here I'm entering the name of my coaching only. So it will appear, let me show you how it is going to appear in a new message. Alright, so we are done mapping and filling the details of the body fields. Now I can show you how the message will look like, because I have access to this WhatsApp account. This is a test WhatsApp account. So you can check your connection by clicking on save and send test request, and a test message will be delivered to this WhatsApp number. So let us see. So this is the response we have received, and we got a new message here on this WhatsApp number. Let me show you, and you can see the message is this: Hi Arun Shah, on this date at this time you have an appointment scheduled with us for your doubt clearing session for biology. We look forward to seeing you 15 minutes in advance at Modern Coaching from Modern Institute team. And you can see we have this template, and in places of the body fields you can see the data is changed here automatically. Okay, so this is how it is going to work, and the data is same as I have mapped here. So this is how it is going to work, guys, and we are done setting up this automation. So let me show you a quick recap what we have done here. So first of all, in the trigger I connected Google Calendars application. Then we created a test event, a test meeting, and fetched the data of that event here. Then I used Google Contacts application to fetch out the details of this contact. Okay, and we got the WhatsApp number here. After that, I connected date time formatter to get the format of this start date time changed according to our need, and we get it changed and we got it here in the result label. After that, we clone this step again to get the change format of the time as well. Alright, after that I connected WhatsApp Cloud API to send messages on WhatsApp automatically. So guys, you have to set up this automation only once, and you can use this same workflow because I'm going to paste the link of this same workflow in the description so that you can clone it in your own free Pabbly Connect account and start using this automation instantly.
In this video, I'll show you how to schedule meetings with your LinkedIn leads automatically. So assume that I'm running some ad on LinkedIn for which I have created a LinkedIn lead generation form. Now, whenever any new lead is arrived via that form submission, I'm going to automatically schedule a meeting with that lead into my Google Meet software so that I don't need to manually schedule the meetings for every incoming lead. So if you also want to automate this meeting scheduling process for every new incoming LinkedIn leads, then come with me and I will show you the whole process step by step. Alright, so this is my LinkedIn account, and in order to automate this process, I'll have to integrate LinkedIn and Google Meet, and I'm going to integrate these two with Pabbly Connect. It is an amazing integration and automation software, and I'm an existing user of Pabbly Connect, so here you can see I am already logged in. You can also create your free account in just 2 minutes from this sign up free button, and in the free account you will also get free tasks to test this automation. Once you will reach to the dashboard, click on this blue button that is create workflow and provide any random name to your workflow to your automation. Okay, so I have provided the name as when new lead is arrived, schedule meeting in Google Meet. Okay, now click on create, and then you will find 2 boxes in front of you. Okay, so these are trigger and action. So trigger means when this happens, and action means do this. Whenever this happens, then automatically do this. Understand with an example also. Let's say whenever a sale happen in a payment gateway application, then automatically send an email via Gmail application. Okay, so this is how you need to always select the applications in which you are building an automation. According to our use case, whenever any new lead is arrived into LinkedIn lead generation forms, then automatically schedule a meeting into this Google Meet application. Okay, so this is how you need to select the applications, okay, as I have told you, in which you are building an automation. Now firstly, I'm going to connect this LinkedIn lead generation form with the Pabbly Connect, and then I'm going to connect Pabbly Connect with the Google Meet. Okay, for that, firstly select any trigger event. Okay, so I have a single trigger event only here. You can read the instructions. Triggers when you receive a new form response. Okay, so I want that whenever any new form response is received into LinkedIn, this automation should trigger or the data should be captured via Pabbly Connect. Alright, simply click on this connect with the LinkedIn lead generation form and provide the access of your LinkedIn account. Okay, well, I have already built this connection earlier, so I'll go with the existing connection only. Okay, so if you will connect this LinkedIn form in the first time, then you can also further use the existing connection also. Okay, now here you can see it is asking me to select an account and to select a lead form. Okay, so currently in this LinkedIn account, I'm actually working in this Naveen Kole account, so I'm going to select the same, asking to select the lead form. Okay, so whatever the forms, the lead forms I have created into my account have started visible here. Let me show you. These are the LinkedIn lead generation form which I have created. Okay, and this time I will go with this automatic meeting scheduling form. Okay, so come back here and let me search for the same, that is automatic meeting schedule form. Okay, now when I'll click on this button save and send test request, you will see it will show you a blank response. Now why it is showing you the blank response? Because currently there is no existing lead available into this form. Okay, so I'm going to generate a new lead in front of you. Basically I'm going to do a dummy submission by filling out this LinkedIn lead generation form, and then you will see how those dummy details will be captured via Pabbly Connect. Okay, so this is my LinkedIn account, and firstly I'll show you that which particular advertisement I am actually running. Okay, you'll have to assume that I'm actually running an ad, but this is just a testing account. These are just the testing advertisement, testing lead generation form. Okay, so assume that I'm an astrologer and I'm running an ad on LinkedIn for this astrology business, and whoever wants to consult with me, they can actually book an appointment. Basically they can fill this LinkedIn lead generation form, and then they can reach out to me, and then they can have a consultation with me for free. Okay, so I'll show you the advertisement which I have created. Alright, so need guidance for your life problems, talk to the best astrologers, and here you can see talk with the astrologer online, first session is free. Okay, and when your user will click on this button, a LinkedIn lead generation form will be open up. Okay, so I am going to provide some dummy details. Okay, basically the email address, the first name and the last name. Okay, so how about I go with this demo@pabblytudes.com. This is just a random email address, and currently in this particular form I am only collecting the email address, name and last name. I am not collecting any further details. Okay, well, it is completely up to you that which particular details you would like to collect. You can customize this particular form as per your choice. Well, you must be thinking that in this first name and the last name, why it is showing as Pabbly and the subscription billing management service. Well, these are the default values which LinkedIn is actually taking from the page which I have associated with my LinkedIn leads ads. Okay, so let me show you. This is my page. Okay, if I will view my profile and if I will edit this profile, you will see that the name and the last name, basically the first name and last name are actually defined as this Pabbly and the subscription billing management service. Okay, so that is why my LinkedIn ads are taking these two values as default. Okay, if I will change these values, okay, that is dummy user, okay, it will start taking these existing values, and currently I'm just into the testing mode, so I'll go with these details only. But I have told you this so that you can understood why I am going with these details. Okay, so I'm going to open my LinkedIn lead generation form once again. Alright, so this is my account. Let me open that LinkedIn lead ad form once again. Alright, so this is my advertisement, which is really looking good. Okay, assume that some astrologer is running this ad. Click on register, and then I will provide the details again, that is demo@pabblytudes.com, and the first name and last name will be the same. Okay, now let us first go to this Pabbly Connect dashboard. Okay, let me close this particular landing page. Alright, and now I'll click on this button, save and send test request button once again, and still it is showing the bank response. But once I will submit this form, and after the submission, when I'll click on this button, once again you will see the details will be captured via Pabbly Connect, because now this form actually consists of some data. Okay, so let me show you the details one by one. So here you can see this is the same form name, that is automatic meeting scheduling form. If I'll show you other details, we have the landing page of that particular form also. Okay, so this is the same email address which I have provided at the time of form submission, that is demo@pabblytudes.com, and here we have the first name as Pabbly and the last name as subscription billing management service. Okay, so the presence of this data clearly shows that the connection in between LinkedIn lead generation form and Pabbly Connect is working absolutely fine. Now I am going to schedule a meeting with this particular person. Okay, so what is the email address of this particular person? That is demo@pabblytudes.com, and that is why I will be connecting Google Meet with the Pabbly Connect, just like I have built a connection in LinkedIn lead generation form with the Pabbly Connect. Simply click on connect, click on add a new connection, and then you will have to sign in with the Google. Basically you'll have to provide the access of your Google Meet account. Again, I'll go with the existing connections because I have already provided my credentials into the previous section. Okay, into my previous automation. Okay, now here you can see my Google Meet application is connected with the Pabbly Connect. Now whatever the calendars are available inside my account have started visible here. Now you must be thinking that why it is showing the Google Calendar, because in this Google Calendar only we are going to schedule a meeting on a specific date and time. Okay, so here you can see I am going to schedule the meetings into this astrologer's calendar. Okay, so come back and let me search for the same, and here we have the astrologer's calendar asking for the summary, description, start date and end date. Okay, so here I will write something like online meeting is scheduled with client. Okay, the spelling is not correct, it should be ENT, client. Okay, and in the description also a 30-minute session with a client. Okay, IENT, a 30-minute session with a client. Okay, and further it is asking for this, what will be the start date of this meeting and start timing of this meeting and the end date and time of the meeting. Okay, well, let us first check that whether we have received any start date and timing into this particular response, which I can send over that specific field. Okay, so let me show you whether we have any data or not. Okay, so we have this, we have this form response submitted at, basically this is the timing of the form submission, but it is into the timestamp milliseconds format. It is not into the human readable format. Okay, but we have this time. Okay, other than that, whether we have any other time, let us check. Alright, so in this response I do not have any timing other than this form submission. Okay, so I want that after the 15 minutes of the form submission, the meeting should be scheduled automatically, and that meeting link should be shared automatically with my client who is submitting this particular form. Okay, so how I am going to do that? Well, before this Google Meet step, you'll have to add one more action step, and this action step is about date and time formatter feature. Well, it is an amazing feature of Pabbly Connect via which you can do amazing things with your dates. Okay, in the action event, I'll go with this format date with the time zone. Well, firstly, I'm going to change the format of this particular date and time, because this is not a human readable format. Even I also don't know what is this time. Okay, so how about I first go with this format date and time zone, date with the time zone, and then I'm going to change the format of this particular time. Now it is asking that enter date to be formatted. Okay, so I want to change the format of which particular date and time which I have received into the previous step. Okay, well, I don't need to manually copy this date and paste it here. I'm going to map it, and mapping it is very simple inside Pabbly Connect. If you'll click on this particular field, you will find the above data here in the drop down. This is how you can map that data. Okay, so my date is mapped, and what is the importance of mapping? So whatever the details you're going to map here will be replaced automatically when this automation will work in real time. Now it is asking for the from date and the to date. Okay, so we have the from time zone as the milliseconds, that is timestamp in millisecond. Okay, so I have selected the same, and in the to format I'm going to select the T and Z format. Now why I am taking this T and Z format, let me show you. Into my Google Meet application only, it has specifically mentioned that the time should be in this YYYYMMDD THHMMSSZ, basically into this T and Z format, and the time zone, the format also should be into the UTC format only. Okay, and in the start date as well as in the end date also it needs the UTC and this T and Z format. So that is why I'm taking this T and Z format into this to format. Okay, so we have selected this from format into the milliseconds, and to do the to format I have selected this T and Z, and again into this from format and to format I'll go with the UTC only. Okay, so I have selected UTC here, and in this case also I'll go with the UTC only. Let me search for the same. Alright, so I have selected the same. Now I'll click on this button save and send test request, and you will see I'll get a UTC timing. Okay, so if I'll show you the exact timing of this timestamp in millisecond. Okay, so let me first copy this and open some converter. Okay, calculate time in milliseconds. Okay, let me show you the exact timing of this form submission. Alright, so if I will paste the same value here, you will get the UTC timing as well as the local time. Okay, so the local time at the time basically which I have made this submission was actually 1640, but since Google Meet is asking for the UTC timing, so that is why I have selected the time zone as the UTC, and that is why it is giving me this 11:10 timing instead of the 1640 timing. Okay, so if I'll come back, and here you will see the same timing, that is UTC format, instead of this local timing. Okay, so here we have this 11:10 timing. Now I'm going to add 15 minutes extra into this existing timing, into this form submission timing. Why? Because in my advertisement I have clearly mentioned that a 30-minute online session will be scheduled with the astrologer after 15 minutes of form submission. Okay, so I want that as soon as the form submission is made, after the form submission timing, 50 minutes should be added automatically. Basically, meeting should be scheduled after 15 minutes. Okay, so click on this plus icon once again, and we will search for the date and time formatter once again, because this time we would like to do a small calculation within dates and time. Okay, and currently I am going to add 15 minutes in this existing timing, and this time instead of going with this format date with time zone, I'll go with this add subtract time. Simply click on connect and it will be connected immediately. Now it is asking for the date. Okay, so I am going to provide which date which we have just received, basically the date which we have just converted. Okay, so let me first provide the same, enter date, that is this. Okay, asking for the expression, so I would like to add 15 minutes, so that is why I am adding this particular expressions. Okay, in case you want to, okay, the spelling is not correct, let me correct it. In case you want to add some months, some days, some hours, you can also do the same. Okay, so I have provided the expression, again asking for the to and from format, so again it will be T and Z only, so I have selected it. Here also clicking on this button save and send test request, and you will see I'll get the timing of 11:25, and previously I had the timing of this 11:10. Okay, so in this 11:10 timing it has added 15 minutes, so currently I have the timing of 11:25 minutes. Okay, and again we are going with the UTC time, not with the local time. So if I'll add plus 5:30, I will actually get the local time. Let me show you that as well. Okay, so UTC time. Okay, so I'll go with this UTC to IST, Indian Standard Time, basically the local timing. Okay, so the timing I have is this 11:25 and 38. Okay, let me add the same 11:25, that is AM, convert, and here we have the actual timing of 4:55 PM, which is actually correct. This is the exact timing of the form submission. Okay, but we will go with the UTC timing only as per the given instructions into our Google Meet. Okay, so I have this start timing, and this is the timing of 15 minutes after the form submission. This will work as the start date and time of my meeting. Okay, so I have calculated, I have fetched out the start timing. Now from where I am going to provide this end timing. Okay, so again I'll show you my advertisement, what it is clearly written, a 30-minute online session will be scheduled. So basically my meeting should be end after the 30 minutes of this particular timing. Okay, so again I will add this date and time formatter feature in this particular section, and then I'll add 30 minutes extra into this existing timing so that I can fetch the end timing of this meeting. Okay, so search for this date and time formatter feature once again, connect to this feature once again, and the action event will be the same, that is add or subtract timing. Now simply provide the date, and this time I am going to map which date, basically this date, this start timing, the start date and time of my meeting. Okay, so this time I'll map the date from this last date and time formatter feature. Alright, so I have mapped it, asking for the expression. This time I am going to write 30 minutes. Okay, so I have provided the expression as well, and again I'll choose the same to and from format, that is T and Z. Alright, so I have selected the same, clicking on this button save and send test request, and then this 11:25 you will see it will automatically add 30 minutes, and we have this 11:55 timing. Okay, so now finally I have the start timing, the end timing else also. Now I'm going to map these two here. Okay, but if I'll click on this field, you will see the above data is not visible, so either you'll have to refresh this automation. Okay, but if I will refresh this automation, my details will disappear because this step is not saved. Okay, Okay, so I'll show you an amazing trick. Simply click on this connect button and go with the existing connection and click on save, and this is how your automation will be refreshed automatically and your step will not removed. Okay, and when I'll click on this button, you will be able to see the previous data here. Okay, so this was the start date and time, and this is the end date and time. So how about I first rename these two steps in order to avoid the confusion. All right, so this date and time formatter feature I have applied only to change the format. Okay, so how about I change it as change time format from milliseconds to normal time zone. Okay, I can write it like this, update. Okay, so this step was specifically to change the format, because remember we have got the timing into this milliseconds, which is not a human readable format. Okay, so I have changed this format into the UTC format, and then I have fetched the start timing and the end timing of my meeting. So I'm going to again rename it as fetch start date and time of meeting. Okay, and this is the time of after 15 minutes of form submission. Okay, in order to avoid the confusion, I am renaming these steps. Okay, it's really a good practice while creating any automation, any workflows. Okay, and lastly here I will write it as the end date. Okay, in this fourth date and time formatter feature, end date / time 30 minutes from the start date. Okay, so I hope everything is understood. Now I'll come back to my Google Meet step, and here I will finally provide the date and timing. Okay, I'll have to refresh this automation once again so that I can see the changes very easily. Alright, go with the existing connection, click on save, and this is how your automation will be saved. Your automation will be refreshed. Okay, so if I'll click on this field, you will be able to see the difference. Okay, this was the time zone conversion. Alright, I have made the spelling error. Don't worry about that, we will change it later. Okay, this is the start timing, I have mapped it. This is the end timing. Okay, so let me map that also. I have mapped the start date and end date, and from where I'm going to map the attendee emails, remember into this LinkedIn lead form I have also got the email address of the form submitter. Okay, so I have mapped the email address of the person. Now I'll be clicking on this button save and send test request, and you will see into my Google Calendar the meeting will be scheduled automatically. Alright, so this is my Google Calendar, and here you can notice if I will open online meeting is scheduled with the client, and the date is also mentioned, the timing that is 4:55 to 5:25, the timing is also mentioned, and here we have the email address of the person, that is demo@pabblytudes.com. okay, and if I'll open this description, that is a 30-minute session with a client. Okay, but there is one problem with this data, I don't find any meeting link from where I can directly join this particular meeting after the 15 minutes. Okay, so from where I'm going to join this meeting, I'll have to cross check that what exactly is missing. Alright, I think I have not provided any request ID. Okay, so read the instructions, enter the random unique ID for this request. You should regenerate this ID for every new request. Well, nothing can be better than this email ID. Okay, because this is surely going to be unique. So how about I add this ID only as the request ID, and then click on this button save and send test request, and this time I am really expecting that Google Meet. Alright, so here you can see one more meeting is scheduled. If I will open this link, if I will open this meeting date, you can see that we have this joined with the Google Meet. Okay, so now from here exactly you can easily join this meeting and connect with your clients very easily. Okay, and if I will show you the response of this particular step, you will be able to see that we have the link into our response as well. Where is the Google Meet link? I'll have to check. Alright, so here we have that hangout link. Okay, so why I am checking this meeting link into the response, because we want to also inform to our user, to our client, that hey, the meeting link, this is the meeting link and you'll have to join the meeting from here. Okay, so lastly I'm going to add one more step as Gmail, and I'm going to share this meeting link, basically all the meeting details with my client. Okay, so simply add a plus icon, simply click on this plus icon and search for the Gmail application, because because I would like to send email about this particular meeting. Okay, an action event, since I want to send an email. Okay, so select the same, click on connect, click on add a new connection, provide the access. Again I'll go with the existing connection, click on save, and this is how Gmail will be connected with the Pabbly Connect. Now finally it is asking for the recipient email address. Okay, so what is the recipient email address? We have just got the details from the LinkedIn lead generation form. How about I directly search for that person? Alright, so I have mapped the email address, asking for the CC BCC. I'm not going to fill these details, I'm only going to provide the important details. So asking for the sender name, so how about I write it something like Pabbly, asking for the email subject. Okay, meeting is scheduled successfully. Okay, this is going to be the subject line, and I also want the name of the person into the subject line. So I have added this hello and this comma, and then I will be searching for the name of the person. And remember, we have the name as the Pabbly. Okay, so I have mapped the name also, and again this name will be replaced automatically. Okay, asking for the email content type, well, the content will be plain only. And finally I am going to compose this email. Okay, hello, the first name of the person was Pabbly. Hello Pabbly, a 30-minute session has been scheduled with one of our expert astrologer. Okay, please be ready for the meeting because it will start in next 15 minutes. Okay, you can join the meeting from this link. Okay, and now I will map that meeting link which we have received into the response. Okay, let me directly search for that hangout link. Alright, so I have mapped it. Thanks. Okay, so this is how you can also send your meeting details into that email to your client who has booked a session with you by submitting that lead generation form. Okay, how about I directly click on this button, save and send test request, and wait for that message to arrive. Alright, so I have archived all the extra emails. Let me wait for that email to be arrived. Alright, so the email is also sent to that form submitter who has submitted our LinkedIn lead generation form, and here you can see it is the same subject line, that is hello Pabbly, meeting is scheduled hello Pabbly, meeting is scheduled successfully. Alright, I have not added this comma at the correct place, don't worry about that. Okay, hello Pabbly, a 30-minute session has been scheduled with one of our expert astrologer. Please be ready for the meeting because it will start in next time. You can join the meeting from this link. Okay, and now your customer, your client can easily join the meeting from this particular link. Okay, so this is how, by simply creating this automation inside Pabbly Connect just once, you can automatically schedule the meetings with your LinkedIn leads. Okay, not just with the LinkedIn leads. If you want to automatically schedule these meetings with your Facebook lead ad or with any kind of leads, doesn't matter what is the source of that lead, you can do the same by creating an automation of workflow inside Pabbly Connect. And once you have set this automation inside Pabbly Connect, you can sit back and relax because Pabbly Connect will take care of all the tasks in the backend. You do not have to do anything manually. Okay, and let me show you a very important thing, that this automation will work in every 10 minutes. Okay, because the trigger here is the polling based, which will check for the new data in every 10 minutes. Okay, so just in case the details are not getting sent in real time, the details are not getting updated in real time, you'll have to wait at least for 10 minutes. And because of this extra 10 minutes, you can plan your things accordingly. Okay, just in case if you want to access this whole automation inside your Pabbly Connect account, I will also attach the link of this automation into my description box. Okay, simply click on this link and sign up into the Pabbly Connect, and then you will be able to access this workflow, this automation inside your Pabbly Connect account, that too for free. How to schedule meeting in Google Meet from Google Sheets and send meeting alerts on SMS automatically. So assume that you'll have to attend lot of meeting in upcoming days and months, and you have noted down all your meeting details into the spreadsheet. Now you will have to schedule all those meetings in advance into the Google Meet software with the help of Google Calendar, so that whenever the meeting date will arrive, you can directly join that Meet video link directly from the Google Calendar only. And at the same time, you would also want to send the SMS to the attendee informing them about the meeting. Now you have two choices. Either you can manually copy the meeting details, schedule a meeting into the Google Meet and inform the attendee by sending the SMS manually, or you can entirely automate this process that every time the meeting details will be added here, the meetings will be scheduled automatically into the software and the SMS will also get sent automatically to the attendee. So if you also want to automate this process, come with me and I will show you the whole process step by step. So this is my spreadsheet where I'm going to add all the meeting details, and I want, as soon as I'm adding the meeting details here, the meeting should be scheduled automatically into the Google Calendar so that whenever the date will arrive, I can directly join the meeting from this particular button, and this is how the meeting link will be open up. And I also want to send the meeting details to the same person with whom I'm going to take this meeting via SMS. So how I am going to do that? Well, I'll have to connect my Google Calendar, Google Spreadsheet and the SMS application with the help of Pabbly Connect, which is an amazing integration and automation software via which you can easily connect multiple applications and automate your task. Well, you can also reach here by typing this pabbly.com/connect. I will also attach this link into my description box. Now, if you are a new user of Pabbly Connect, you will have to sign up for free, where you will also get free tasks every month in your account to test these kinds of amazing automation. I'm already an existing user of Pabbly Connect, so that is why I have clicked on sign in. Then I have clicked on access now, and this is how I have reached to the dashboard of Pabbly Connect. And after reaching here, you will have to click on this blue button that is create workflow and simply provide a name to your workflow, to your automation. So I'm pasting the name as schedule meeting in Google Meet from Google Sheets and send alerts on SMS. Now you will have to click on this blue button that is create, and then you will find two boxes in front of you. These are actually trigger and action. Trigger means when this happens, action means do this. So whenever this happens, do this. Understand with an example also. Whenever a sale happen in a payment gateway application, let's say, send an email via Gmail application automatically. Well, according to our use case, whenever the meeting details are added into the Google Sheets application, automatically schedule a meeting into the Google Meet application, or let's say into Google Calendar application, and send the same meeting link via Twilio application. Okay, so this is how you need to always select the applications in which you are building an automation. And here I am building an automation in between Google Sheets and Google Calendar and in Google Meet and in Twilio. So that is why the first application I'm going to select here as the Google Sheets, and I want whenever a new or updated spreadsheet row, basically whenever the data is added, a new data is added or the data is updated into the Google Sheets row, this automation should trigger. So that is why I have selected the trigger event, and after that here you can see a webhook URL and few set of instructions. So the idea here is we are going to connect our spreadsheet with Pabbly Connect so that we can capture the details here. And how I'm going to connect it, basically you will have to follow these instructions one by one. Okay, so copy this webhook URL first, and you will have to go to your spreadsheet and click on extension, click on add-ons, click on get add-ons, and here search for the Pabbly Connect webhooks add-on. Alright, so I'm searching for the same Pabbly Connect webhooks add-on, and after searching for this, you will have to install this particular add-on. Well, this is already installed into my account, so that is why I'm closing it here directly. But make sure whenever you are building the connection with Google Sheets and Pabbly Connect, you will have to install this particular add-on, and after that you will have to open your add-on right from here, that is Pabbly Connect webhooks. Okay, click on initial setup, and now you will find two boxes in front of you. Okay, so here exactly you will have to paste the same webhook URL which you have received via Pabbly Connect. So I'm going to do the same, and now it is asking for the trigger column. So the trigger column will be your final data column, in which if the data is added, the whole of that row data will be sent to the webhook URL. So basically it is asking to provide a column name up to which the data is filled, the automation should trigger. Okay, so here I want that whenever the data is filled up to E column, the data should get sent to Pabbly Connect. So that is why I'm going to add this E column here, and now I'll be clicking on send test, but right now I do not have any data into my sheet, so that is why it is saying no data found in row 2. So firstly I'm going to add the meeting details here, and then I'm going to again click on this button. Okay, for now now I am going to close it. And here I would like to tell you one more very important thing. Whenever you are working with the Google Sheets and Pabbly Connect, make sure multiple Google Sheets accounts should not be logged in, or you should work in the incognito window. Okay, I'm repeating this again. Either you should work in the incognito window, or the multiple Gmail accounts should not be logged in. Otherwise, your Google Sheets will not be connected to Pabbly Connect. It will not send the data to Pabbly Connect. Okay, so here I'm going to add the meeting details. So let's say I'm adding the meeting description as meeting with ABC company for the partnership. Okay, just a random description I'm adding here, and let me correct the spelling. It should be company. All right. Now it is asking for the meeting start, meeting end date, the attendee emails, and want to send SMS to attendee. Okay, so here I'm going to add the email address of the attendee. So attendee has the email address as admin@pabblytunes.com. All right. Want to send the SMS to attendee? Yes, I would like to send the SMS as well. So I'll be adding yes as value. Meeting will start at and meeting will end at. Well, here you will have to provide the start and end date time in a specific format, because when you are going to send the data to the Google Meet or to the Google Calendar, it will specifically ask you for the UTC format only. So here I'm going to add the data into the UTC format only. Okay, let me even show you that how it is going to ask for the UTC format. So here in front of you, I'm going to select this Google Meet as an action step, and now I'm going to connect my Google Meet with the Pabbly Connect by clicking on this button. Okay, simply provide new connections and sign in with Google, and this is how the Google Meet will be connected with Pabbly Connect. Alright, here you can see it is connected, and it is going to ask you the start time and the end time, which is actually required and which should be into the UTC format only. Okay, so how about I directly copy this particular format, and then I'm going to paste the same format here also and here also, and then I'm going to replace these values with the genuine one. Okay, so currently it is 2023 and month is actually 01, and here the date is 10th. Okay, 10th of January. So how about I add 11th of January? T will be the same, and hours, minutes, and seconds. Okay, so I want to schedule the meeting at 9 a.m. in the morning. So that is why I'm going to add the same timing in this particular format only. So I have provided the data. I have provided the date and time into the UTC format for which the Google Meet will be requested. Okay, so that is why I am adding this particular format only. And let us copy the same format here and paste the same here, and in the end date, so let's say I have this meeting for at least of 1 hour, so I'll be adding 10 a.m. as the end date. Okay, so I think I have provided all the details. I'll be going back to Pabbly Connect, and here I'm going to copy my webhook URL once again, coming back to Google Sheets, click on extension once again, go to Pabbly Connect webhooks, click on initial setup, and here I'm going to paste the same webhook URL once again, and I'll be adding the trigger column as well once again. Okay, so I have added, and trigger column will be, you tell us, it should be E as the trigger column. Okay, let me correct the same. Alright, now when I'll be clicking on the send test button, you will see the same data will be sent successfully to the Pabbly Connect. Okay, so let me take you to the Pabbly Connect once again, and here you can see the response has been received automatically and immediately. Let me even show you the details one by one. Here we have the spreadsheet name as all upcoming meetings schedule. Okay, and here you can see it is the same data. Let me click on submit button. Let me close it. Here you can see the setup has been configured successfully. Okay, I have closed it. All upcoming meetings scheduled. All right, it is the same, and here we have the sheet name, the row index, the meetings will start at, the meeting will end at. Here we have the meeting descriptions, the attendee details, and we have all the details. So the presence of this data clearly shows that the first step of our automation is working absolutely fine, which was connecting Pabbly Connect and spreadsheet and capturing the data here. Now we are going to send the same data to the Google Meet so that we can schedule a meeting. Okay, and we don't need to manually copy this data and paste it here. We are going to map it, and mapping is very simple in Pabbly Connect. If you will click on these particular fields, you will find the above data here, but currently the data is not showing because we have connected this application in advance. So I'm going to connect it once again with the existing connections only this time, and you will see as soon as I will make the connections, the data will be appear in this drop down only. Okay, now I'll be clicking on this particular field, and here you can see the Google Sheets data has started visible here. Okay, so how I'm going to map this data? Okay, so let's say it is asking for the description, so I'm going to map the description from the data which I have received via Google Sheets. And where is the description of the meeting? Here you can see it is the meeting description, asking for the start date and the end date. So again I'm going to map the same. So let me search for the start date. Here we have the start date. Let me search for the end date as well. Okay, so here I have mapped the end date as well, asking for the attendee emails, going to search directly with the help of @, asking for the request ID. Well, it is asking for the random unique ID for this particular request. Well, nothing could be better than this email ID as the random and the unique one. So I'm going to add the email address here also. Now here I have provided all the details except this calendar. Okay, so whatever the calendars are visible are available into my Google Calendar have started visible here. You can see the Pabbly Connect. All right, and if I show you the drop down, all the calendars are visible here, and I will be selecting this Pabbly calendar only. Okay, so let me show you my Google Calendar, and here I have selected this Pabbly only. Okay, so coming back to Pabbly Connect, and I think I have provided all the details except this summary. So just in case if you want to provide the summary as well, you can also introduce one more column into your spreadsheet and provide the summary as well. Okay, for now I am going to add the summary manually. Okay, this is the summary of the meeting. Okay, just a random description. Okay, now you must be thinking that what is the difference in adding the value manually and in adding the value in mapping the value. Okay, so whatever the details you are going to map here will be replaced automatically when the new data will arrive or when this automation will work in real time, and whatever the data you are going to provide manually, that data will remain same. Okay, so that is why mapping plays an important role in this automation, and mapping is important here. Now I'm going to directly clicking on this button, and you will see how the same meeting will be scheduled automatically into my Google Calendar. And remember, we have scheduled this meeting for which particular date? Basically for the 11th of January. So I will take you to my Google Calendar, and here is the 11th of January. Let me open this particular meeting dates. Okay, so here we have the meeting details as January 11, 2:30 to 3:30. Well, why it is showing the 2:30 to 3:30? I'll have to check. Well, I'll have to read the instructions once again. Okay, so it has clearly written into this Google Meet that you will have to provide the date and time into this particular format, and your timing should be into the UTC. Well, I have followed the format correctly, but my timing is not actually into the UTC format. Okay, currently it is into the Indian Standard Time, so I'll have to change this timing into the UTC format, and then I'll have to again remap these start date and the end date. So how I'm going to do that? Well, again, it is very simple inside Pabbly Connect. Before your Google Meet action step, you'll have to click on this plus icon, and here we are going to add one more action step as the date and time format of feature. Okay, well, it is an amazing feature of Pabbly Connect via which you can perform various operations within your dates. Okay, and in the action event you can see several operations are given here, several things are visible here. Okay, and here I am going to select this format date with the time zone. Okay, clicking on connect, and this is how it will be connected immediately, asking for the date. Okay, the enter date to be formatted. Okay, so which particular date I would like to format here? The date which I have received from my Google Sheets. All right, so this is the date I have mapped from format. Well, I have the date into the T and Z format, so I'll be selecting the same. To format, again it will be the same because Google Meet wants the date into this T and Z format only. And finally, into the from time zone, I'll be selecting this Asia Kolkata since I belongs to India, and here into the to time zone I will select this UTC format which has clearly written into the Google Meet instructions, and here you can see I have the UTC format as the 3:30. Okay, so instead of 9 AM I have received received this 3:30, okay, and if you're going to add plus 5:30 hours, you will get 9 a.m. as the timing only, okay. Since we have added this UTC format, UTC timing, so that is why it has provided the timing of before 5:30 hours. And if you're not sure, let me even show you the time calculator, okay. Basically with the help of time calculator, we are going to calculate this timing, okay. I'm just opening a random time calculator from the Google, okay, and the current timing I have received is 3:30, okay. So let me add 3:30, 03, okay, 30 and 00, and here I'm going to add plus 5:30, okay, plus 5:30, okay. So this is the UTC format, and I'm adding this plus 5:30 to get the actual timing. Clicking on calculate, and you will see I have actually received the 9 as the value, okay. So I hope you have understood all the concept, and I hope there is no confusion left, okay. And don't worry, in the Google Calendar it will definitely going to take the timing of 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. only. That is why we are doing all this stuff, okay. Coming back to Pabbly Connect, and now I'm going to map this new data into this start date and time, okay. So I'll have to remove this existing data, and here I have this new timing. All right, again into the, I'm sorry for that, I think I have mapped this start date at the wrong place, okay. I have mapped it at the end date, okay. So I'll have to remove this start date, and here I'm going to map the start date as this, okay. Now what should I do with this end date? Well, I'll have to apply this date and time formatter feature once again, okay. So there is a shortcut to apply the same step once again, okay. You will simply have to copy this step from this particular button. Here you can see copy step feature has been provided via Pabbly Connect. I'm going to copy the same, all right. And here if you will hover here once again, you will find that it will ask you to paste the step below, okay. So when I'll be clicking on this particular section, you will see that the same step will be pasted here also, okay. Let me show you. The date and time formatter feature has been pasted here also, okay. And now instead of this start date, I will map the end date here. Let me search for the end date, and then I'm going to receive the end date timing, okay. So the settings will be the same. I just need to click on this button, save and send test request, and you will see instead of 3:30 I will get the timing of 4:30, okay, after of 1 hour. Let me even show you. Here I have added 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. So that is why in this UTC format I have received the 3:30 and the 4:30, okay, 3:30 and the 4:30. So now I'm going to add this end date also into my Google Meet software, okay, clicking on that. And just in case if you are getting confused while mapping the data, you can also rename these steps, okay. So here if you will click on this particular pencil, you will have the option to rename this step, okay. So how about I map it? How about I change the name as the end date, okay, not the state but the end date, okay. So let me copy and click on update, okay. And in the start date also I'm going to rename this particular step so that there will be no confusion, okay, while mapping the data, okay. And instead of end, I will make it as the start date, clicking on update. All right, so I have changed both the name, okay. Coming back here, and now when I'm going to click on this particular button, you will see it is now very easy to map, okay. In the end date, I'm going to map this end date as the 4:30, and here also let me cross check, and yes, I have mapped the right and the correct date, okay. Clicking on this button once again, and let us see whether the meeting has been scheduled or not into the Google Calendar at the correct timing, okay. The status is confirmed. Coming back to my Google Calendar, let me close the existing one, and here you can see the meeting has been scheduled for this 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. That is the reason why we have applied those date and time formatter feature twice in our automation, because we wanted the timing as 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. only, which we have added into our spreadsheet, okay. So I hope everything is clear to you, and from here exactly now you can join your meeting from this particular button. Now I would also like to also share the meeting details with the person, with this particular attendee, okay. So how I am going to do that? So coming back to Pabbly Connect, and here I would like to send the SMS. Well, SMS can be sent on the phone number, but I think I forgot to capture the phone number from this particular data. So what I'll have to do is I'll have to introduce one more column here. Okay, so I'll be inserting one more column here. Okay, insert the column left, and as the phone number I'm going to add one more column. Okay, and here I'm adding a random phone number as the dummy number. Okay, so this is just a dummy number, and don't worry, while sending the SMS I will replace this number with the actual number. Okay, I think I have provided the 10-digit number here. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Yes, it is the 10-digit number, and now I'll have to recapture this data inside the Pabbly Connect, for which I'll have to click on this recapture webhook response button once again, clicking on yes, and now you can see it is started waiting for the webhook response. And here I'll go back to my spreadsheet, and under this extension Pabbly Connect webhooks, here clicking on initial setup, and now I am going to send the same data once again. Okay, so here I have already added the details. I'm going to directly click on the send test button, and this is how the new data will get sent automatically. Here you can see this time the phone number has also got sent. Okay, coming back to Pabbly Connect, and here you can see I have the phone number as well, and now as soon as I am going to refresh this automation, the new data will be visible into my action step only. Okay, so that is why I have refreshed my automation. Now I am going to send this particular now I'm going to send the meeting details via SMS, and for sending the SMS I'm going to use this Twilio application. So firstly I'm going to connect the Twilio application. Before that you'll have to select the action as the send SMS message. Okay, click on connect, click on add new connection, and for the connection it is asking for the SID, authorization token, and again the SID. So from where you will get it? Okay, you will have to click on this hyperlink, that is click here. Okay, here you will get the SID by simply providing the verification code which has received on this particular Gmail ID. Okay, so I'll have to provide the same. Alright, so I have provided the verification code, clicking on this verify button, and here you will see how it will provide me the account SID details. Okay, so from the left hand side you will have to click on this API keys and the token section, and here you will find the SID. Okay, so I'm going to copy this SID and pasting at both the places. Alright, and finally for the authorization token you will have to click on this I button. Okay, I have copied the same, pasting it here, and this is how you can connect your SMS application Twilio with the Pabbly Connect. And here I'm using Twilio application for sending the SMS. Let's say you want to send the SMS using some different application, you can also do the same, don't worry about that. Asking for the body of the SMS, so hello. Okay, so here I'm going to add hello, and after that I'm going to map the name of the person. Well, do I have the name of the person? Well, no, I have not added any name. So just in case if you want the name of the person, you can again introduce one more column here and add the name of the person as well. For now I'll go with the email address only. Okay, and assume that the name of the person is the dummy user. Okay, here I am adding this name manually, but make sure when you are creating this automation, and if you want the name to be appear here, you should not add it manually, you will have to map this value. Okay, I'll show you how. Okay, so assume that we have the name as the email address only. Okay, so this is how you will have to map the name. Okay, let me show you. I'll erase my name. Okay, so this is how you will have to map your name. Put a comma here. I'm going to put a comma here, and here are the meeting details. Okay, and here I'm going to add the meeting details as the meeting start date will be, let me search for the same. The meeting start date is here it is. Okay, and this meeting is of 1 hour, and the meeting is on, and here I will add the description of the meeting. Okay, here we have the description of the meeting, and the very most important thing is you can join the meeting from this link. Okay, and here that is why we are actually sharing this SMS in order to share the join meeting video link. Okay, and from where I am going to get this particular link, well, I have forgot to tell you that in this particular response, in the response of Google Meet, I have also received the meeting link. Let me show you. In this particular data you will find the meeting link. Where is my Hangout link? Okay, here you can see, and if I am going to open this into a new tab, you can see this is how the meeting link will appear. Okay, so I can join the meeting from my Google Calendar, and the person can join the meeting from this SMS which we are about to send him. Okay, so coming back here, coming down here, and here I'm going to map the meeting link. Let me search for the same, that is with the name Hangout link. Okay, let me also correct this spelling. All right, so hello dash, here are the meeting details. This meeting, here are the meeting details. Okay, and the meeting will start at colon. The meeting is of 1 hour and the meeting is on this, and you can join the meeting from this link. Okay, and a thank you. Okay, let me correct it once again. Okay, thank you. All right, so this is how you can compose your SMS from this particular area. Okay, and it is completely up to you what kind of SMS you would like to share, what kind of details you would like to share. You can map those specific details here. Okay, asking for the sender number, well, this is just my free account, and I'm going to copy this number from here only, which Twilio has provided me as the sender number. Asking for the recipient mobile number, well, here you'll have to notice that number should be into this particular format only. That was the reason why I was trying to add the number along with this particular format, but I think I have forgot to add that particular format. So what I'm going to do is, here I'm going to map the number first. Okay, and before this number I will add this plus manually. Okay, let me add the plus sign. Okay, and this is how I have provided the correct format of the number. Now I'll be clicking on this button and you will see how the messages will get sent automatically, and here I'm going to also upload, well, the number is unverified. Okay, so of course I'll have to replace this dummy number with the genuine one, so let me do that. All right, so I have provided the genuine one. Clicking on this button, save and send test request, and you will see this time the number, the SMS has got sent. And here I'm also going to upload the screenshot of the SMS so that you can see the same messages has been arrived on my phone. And here you can see it is the same SMS which we have composed in our Twilio action step, and this is how you will get the, you can actually send the SMS to your attendees. Okay, so now onwards, every time you're going to add the details here, the same detail will get sent. But for that you will have to enable one more very important settings, that is send on event. If you will enable this send on event, now onwards what will happen, every time you're going to add the meeting details into your spreadsheet, the meeting will be scheduled automatically into your Google Calendar, and the details will automatically get sent on the SMS of the person. But make sure that you also take the phone number and the name of the person also, just in case you want to add the name of the person into your SMS body. Okay, and here you can notice that into this F column I have also asked that want to send SMS to attendees. So just in case if you want this automation to work on the instruction basis, okay, so let's say you want that whenever you are adding this yes in this particular column, then only this automation should trigger. Well, for that you will have to apply one more condition inside your automation, that is filter. Okay, so let's say I want this automation to run only when I am adding yes as the value. So how I'm going to do that? So how about we add this condition as the second step only, so that what will happen, if this automation will receive the value as yes, then only it is going to execute the further steps, otherwise it will not execute. And the advantage of adding this step here is the next step will not execute if it will get the value as no, and my task consumption will be less. Okay, I'm sorry for that. The task consumption will be lesser in case I'm getting the value as no. Okay, so I'm going to apply the condition with the help of filter, which is an amazing feature of Pabbly Connect, via which you can add several kind of conditions within your automation, within your workflow. And here from this particular Google Sheets data, I'm going to search for that specific column. Where we have that column? Well, I think at the second time when I have captured the data, I have not captured the last column, which was the F. Okay, let me cross check that what column I have provided here into my initial setup. Okay, and yes, here you can see into the trigger column I have specified E column, so that is why it has not captured the value of F. Okay, so what I can do is I can once again capture the response from here. Okay, so click on recapture webhook response button, go back to your extension, go back to Pabbly Connect webhooks initial setup, and here I'll be changing the column from E to F. Okay, so click on F, click on send test, and this time you will see this yes value will also get sent. Let me show you where is the yes value. I'll have to check, and here you can see the yes value has sent. Okay, click on submit, close it, come to Pabbly Connect, and here we have the yes value. Going to refresh this automation so that the new value will be appeared in every action step. Clicking on this plus icon once again, and here I'm going to add the filter once again because I have refreshed this automation, so the step has got removed. Okay, I'm going to search for that specific value. Want to send SMS to attendee should be equal to yes, then only this automation should proceed. And here you will see in the response the condition will be true. Okay, so if the condition is true, then only these steps are going to execute, and if it will get the value as no, the automation will stop working here only, it will not proceed further. So in order to execute this automation, you just need to set this automation inside Pabbly Connect once, and after that you can simply close Pabbly Connect, you can simply close Google Calendar and even the Twilio application, because Pabbly Connect will take care of all the tasks in the backend. You do not have to do anything manually. And just in case if you want to access this automation into your Pabbly Connect account, I will also attach my workflow link into the description box so that you can directly access the same workflow into your Pabbly Connect for free. You just need to click on that particular link, sign up for free in the Pabbly Connect, and the same workflow will be cloned into your account. Not just these applications, you can integrate multiple applications and automate your business with Pabbly Connect. You can ask your queries at forum.pabbly.com. My team will surely answer to your questions. This is the website of Pabbly Connect, and for the latest updates of Pabbly Connect and unique automation ideas, you can join our Facebook group, that is formget.deals. If you have found this video helpful in any way, share it with your friends and colleagues and also help them to automate their business. Like, share and subscribe. Thank you for watching this video.